MGL is not trading like it used to. A very different breed. Let me see if I got.
Around this SARM rule, and I can't wait to catch up with Claudia Sahm. Claudia Sahm of New Century Advisors on her SARM rule is joining us in about 5 minutes' time, so don't miss this. We've got lots of commentary for you on the south side. This from Ian Lingen of BMO. The shifting sands of economic sentiment will define trading in US rates during the week ahead.
I need a link for
Price
CNBC.
risk assets will cast the final vote on how far the bond bullishness is able to extend. And this market's casting its vote right now, and it's pretty negative. On the S&P 500, we are lower. On the Nasdaq, we are down. On the Russell, we are aggressively lower. On the S&P, we're down by 2.8% on the S&P 500. From New York City, good morning to you all.
All right, I feel like a commercial. The hell? What's up, Bucket? Hell? Weird. All right, 7:30 news. See if we get anything here. Nothing, huh? Where are we on the year now on the SPY? Oh, jeez. So this is like where we started the year. Not very far from a 618. How much was the SPY up this year? 20%. Jeez. Now up 10%, 9%. hope the scholarship is paid. Thank you, Ko-Fi. Yeah, definitely looking for some videos today. It'll be fun to watch other people's. Snap is moving up. The hell? No problem, bucket list. No problem, man. It's a community effort here, buddy. Freak, you gotta think of it like you're not in it. What would you do if you weren't in it? Then you have to look at, then by doing that, you allow yourself, is this a short term issue that the market's doing? You evaluate the situation. What's really going on behind the scenes? Why are things going down? Blah, blah, blah. Almost always with these downturns is everybody's already invested. And it drops like this overnight when you can't do anything about it, except for crypto. And everybody wakes up and they're like, man, I wish I had money to buy more. But no one can, except the big boys. They somehow always have tons of money laying around. That's how it happens almost every single time. Could have been showing futures. Yeah. What about Eurozone indexes? They seem to get called though the underlying is. I don't know really about I can't speak for any other market besides the US stock market. Yeah, if you're diversified, yeah, you can move money like Nick is saying. Sell your money markets and put it in. This is why Bezos sold his stock. When a lot of CEOs, when you start seeing a lot of different CEOs selling, that tends to be somewhat of a sign. But I mean, if it's just Bezos selling, he could just sell because, hey, he wants to be a billionaire. But when you see multiple big boys selling after a long time, usually means something. But you never know. I mean, you just never know the intention. He's already a billionaire. Well, he could be a more billionaire, though. Is pot up today because people... Oh, no, it's down. Am I green or red? Okay, $9. It could be worse. Yeah, it's going to be hard to find. The Nikkei dove 12%. What? Dude, look at this stock market. All right, let's start watching. Well, we got 8 o'clock news. Let's see that, and then we'll turn on some media. VIX at 53. Jeez. Wait, the Nikkei does a lunch break? For an hour and a half? I didn't know that. Imagine losing. Imagine your stock market losing 12% in a day. Jeez. I wonder if they had a circuit breaker at any point. Are we screwed? All right, let's see. 1 minute till 8 o'clock news dump. They had and Korea disabled the sale button. I saw that. How did China do? Curious. International stock markets today. Give me some quotes here. China. Not even 2%. Okay. BNT purchase. Freaking 40-cent spread. Nothing. What's up? Let's get weird. When was the last time the VIX was this high? (2018). Before that, 2015. This doesn't happen often. And it seems to be like a very big peak. The only time we went higher than that was COVID. So is this the buy? Is this the buy? Is VIX 50 the buy? History says so. Where's the other time it went over 50? Oh, 2008. So there's your judge right there. It's just a market correction, market pullback, market whatever freaking out, and it's not a big freak out, or anything over 50 and we're talking a big issue. You know, housing market crash or COVID. What's the last one? I mean, that's only two. You can only, oh, the VIX doesn't go back any further. So we're at historic levels here. Historic, as in it has marked the top of volatility in the past at these levels. World War III is trending. I'm yeah, I feel like this is this is a big man. This is top of volatility. Is this top of volatility? Are we witnessing the bottom? Middle East war? Maybe. COD victim. Let's go, bud. Affiliate on 6 months. Let's go.
Good luck out there today, SJ.
I feel like margin calls will hit, and then a buy would happen. The question I have is, will retail freak out and dump? I feel like they're so caught off guard that there's nothing to sell. Energy. Yeah, I'm adding to some positions today. Holy shit. SNTI. And then right back down. They are putting Bro down 6 figures. In what, homie? Like long-term account? Like yeah, text from a lot of non-investing friends. I know it's real. Long-term account. Well, I mean, if you've been, I don't know how long you've been holding, but you're not, I mean, you're still up quite a bit on the year. If you've been, I mean, you're up 9%. It's not like we're red on the year. It's just, you gotta think the market buys this. You've gotta think it, right? You have to think that. SNTI, whoa. This thing is not like 300% VIX. What point is Bitcoin to buy it? What the hell? Chat rooms are pumping this TENK. That's kind of crazy in my opinion. How do you judge a bottom? I know it's impossible. What would you do? Like at sediment for sure. VIX is a key player in this. For sure. Kramer has a indicator, and I know I just said Kramer, and I can't remember what it is, but it has successfully called bottoms on for the last however many years I've watched him. He pays like 30 grand a year for it, I can't remember what it's called, and I'm sure he's going to mention it when it flashes the buy signal. But it measures a lot of things. That is one of my indicators, is when he starts touting that indicator. Then I have to find what it's called. Into flashers, yeah. Jeez, look how thin this is. Where the hell? Oh, man. Finally, some life. Hey, Googly, what are your suits saying, man? Are they load? Are they starting to get the powder ready? Hey Nick, what's ticker is that on your watch list? You have a VRA, but I think that's wrong. Can't pull that up. Apparently, JJL. Oh, ZVRA. Thank you, Battles. They were all on edge when I spoke to them last week before the selling started taking place. Many of them said they weren't super concerned, but were all ready to make moves if there were indications that the Fed needed to cut more than what the market pricing in. So it looks like they're rotating. Do we have any economic data today? Oh, just ISM, no big deal. ISM services PMI. Circuit breakers pre-market. Dude, Nvidia is down 13%. Gimme. Hey, what's the main topic for today? Join now to gain. Okay. And banned. Did I miss the end of the world party? No, no. You can watch the world burn together. Syndicated. Yeah, this is where I'm come on. Hey, this might give me my chance to buy some more Bored Apes at a steep discount. I need people to really. These are the first people that will capitulate. NFT holders. If 5% that triggers a circuit break, or is it 7.5? I don't know. I don't know. We're not near it on the SPY. $1.5. I think we can do better. Down 4% on futures. Jeez. Well, 7%, Mr. Battles. Thank you. Dude, this is going to be the. So the thing that has me a little concerned right now is where the VIX is at. It's at 57. It's not a 53 anymore. We were just talking about, low 50s has been the volatility peak most of the time for the past 20 years. You hit 50 to 55, really 50 to 53. That marked the top of volatility. The 2 times over that level was the housing market crash and COVID. We are currently over that level right now. Let's see if it holds. Market's not open just yet. It's higher now than it ever was during any point to it. Oh, for sure. For sure. Well, here, I've been wanting to overlay this. Let me see if I can even figure out how to do that. This is going to be some wild shit today, man. We're either going to see capitulation very soon, or we're going to see some insane buying today. I don't think we just go sideways. Look at my Bitcoin levels. We pulled up last night. Little kind of channel here. This could turn into Wix, who knows, but that ain't good looking. Now you're down here. It's massive support. Starting to hold that. All right, let me see if I can figure out how to overlay. There we go.
43 months.
And let's do the VIX. 43 months. Who are you? Salt Life. Let's go, bud. You didn't overlay. Did you? It says it's here. That's not the VIX that I wanted, is it? Let's try this again. I don't see it either. Yeah. CBOE. Why does it have it at $20? That's why I don't see it. This ain't right. Why don't I get the information for the VIX? That's stupid. All right, we'll have to do that. We'll have to do this the hard way. All right, let's look at eTurd. And we're going to look at the VIX here. All right. Last time we hit 50, besides COVID, was February 2018. February 2018. All right. Let's see what this does. February 2018. If you were to buy that peak in the VIX, that was the bottom. I mean, you did kind of retest it. But for the next 2 years, oh no, what happened in October, December? Oh, geez. What was this? What's December? What did the VIX get up to there? Got up to 36. Huh. That was a massive buy spot too then. Well, regardless, if you bought that and then decided to hold for a long time, you would have been sitting pretty. Minus COVID. What's the one behind it? What's this guy? August 2015. Let's go look at that one. August 2015. Where are we at? Down here. August 2015. If you bought that. Wait, here it is. Right here. My goodness. It's like if you buy it, it gets retested and then goes. That's the second time it happened. It's not a pattern, but it's an interesting thing. Either way, you are buying close to the last 2 times. Is not a pattern, but it's interesting. You are buying near the bottom of the horse manure. Interesting. Interesting. VIX 61. So, okay. This is the 3rd highest the VIX has ever been. That's significant here, boys. The only other 2 times higher than this is the housing market crash and COVID. Do I think circuit breakers will trip? On certain stocks, for sure. On the major indices, I don't know. That would be big. Is there anything broken? I don't know. Is it a tech bubble popping? I wouldn't even say it's popping. I mean, it's still green on the air. I think it's more Japan move, The thing, well, the move in this is probably based off the Japan stock market. Friday, we knew that they were raising rates. I don't know why we're unwinding today. Who knows? But we are. It's so crazy. We'd gone up to when me and Nick went on vacation. At that point, we had not had a down 2% move in the SPY in over 2 years. We go on vacation, we have now had like 5, and now it looks like we're going to have a 4% down day. If it holds these levels all day. I'm just saying. When I came back, I dropped the market 2%. Multiple days. Nick comes back, he drops at 4%. Nick and I are no longer allowed to go on vacation. And if we do, we need to tell everybody so that you can sell everything when we get back. So you're saying, is this your fault? I take part of the blame. Half of it is Nick's fault. It seems to be a correlation of length of vacation and stock market downturn. I took a week. I come back 2% and then 2% down days. Nick comes back 4.5 on the first day. I'm just throwing that out there. Nick took 3 weeks. I took 1 week. There's a correlation of length of vacation and stock market downturn. I have not taken a vacation in over 3 years. And even while I was on vacation, I tried to trade. It was the worst setup I've ever had in my entire life. As far as comfort, didn't have a damn desk chair or anything. It was just sitting in this like lounge chair that's not meant to be sat in. It's one of those pieces that are like, oh, you put it in your room, but you don't ever expect anyone to ever sit in it because it's impossible. That was what I was trying to trade off of. It's like this curved lounge chair, like in the shape of the letter C. One side had an armrest, one side didn't. It was a disaster. 64. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I have a health equity account that I'm been waiting for a moment like this to invest it. So I will be investing half of that today. Shitstorm incoming. You know it's bad. And you know what? I hate to say it, but one of our indicators is viewership, right? When we get into 1,000 viewership, that tends to be, 8 to 10. Well, GME is 1,000, but anything else over 500, then you start thinking maybe the bottom or the top is in. Right now, we're already at 330. So, and all my little social indicators, they're screaming right now. We're close, maybe. What's up, viewer 131? Just couldn't get us a viewer award before the world ended. Halo, it's coming. Time to buy video game stocks cheap. Time to buy. I can't. So I know we're going to have a ton of new people today. I'm not a financial advisor. Anybody that is not a financial advisor and tells you to buy or sell stocks is doing illegal activity, Twitch. And I will refuse to do illegal activity. You have to have a long-term perspective. If you're thinking about dip buying in this kind of environment, you're like, is the thing I'm buying going to be growing in 10 years? Is it going to be there in 10 years? Would I look back in 10 years and say, man, remember that time I had a chance to buy XYZ stock at such and such price? If it meets the criteria, then maybe you nibble. To be honest, you're the only trader that I keep coming back to on Twitch. I just like everything. Thank you, Dre Ryan. Appreciate that. But it's a community effort here, man. It's a team. I know I'm the one that you see. It's because I got a beautiful face. You know what? By the way, speaking of, get that. There was no segue there. I don't say by the way because my thought. I just saw my shirt and I was going to show off my shirt. There's no maybe because it's beautiful. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking. D's nuts. I saw what the markets were doing. I had to wear the D's nuts shirt. One of you all sent me this. I have it written down. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was probably Trading Mama. But I'm wearing the D's Nuts shirt. If you want to send me something, the link is down below for the address. I thought it was fitting for today's debacle. We might see a limit down in some of these stocks at the open, man. Nvidia 14%. Okay, so am I allowed to send you freaky stuff for your OnlyFans? Absolutely. Kidding me? This is crazy. Pennies and polo. Have invested in stocks before. I might buy some now. Not a terrible idea. You're seeing some bloodbath here, bud. There's some blood. The thing is all this move is happening when people weren't able to trade it. They're just waking up and they're finding their portfolio down, XYZ much. Corrections are healthy, yeah. The concerning thing I have right now is the VIX. I really am genuinely concerned now. I wasn't here an hour ago, but now I am. Just looking at volatility on this sucker, right? In its existence. 50s has been like the peak of craziness, right? And the only two times it's only 20 years, so it doesn't go back. Or at least E-Trade doesn't go back. I don't know when the VIX started. The reason, Ham, is because the only two times it's been higher than this was the housing market crash, which is when it hit 90, and then COVID, which hit 85. Every other time, there's been multiple times it got to 50, right? 1, 2, basically 3, 4 here. We're at 65. Why does Webull not show VIX outside of regular trading? I don't know. I don't use Webull. Probably should find a different broker. Any good baked bean recipes? Dude, we've got 440 viewers. People are waking up, ready to go, huh? It's a start. ZVRA. This is starting to really hit the my social media top bottom tickers. Viewership indicator is not good. No, it is good. It's showing that the end is near, or the end is coming. Yeah, this is gonna be nuts. Goolsby saving the market. What is he? Oh, on the other side, GDP number was a bit stronger than expected. So market has a lot more volatility than the Fed. Asked about an emergency cut. Says everything is always on the table, including raises and cuts. We are restrictive in real terms at the highest in many decades. Well, thank you, Genius, for that comment. Yeah. Let's see if he's here to save the market here. Vix has been complaining still for 7 minutes. Oh, you right. You right. One of the things I'm watching here is how Intel acts. What low did it hit here? 1940. Intel's only down 6%. MU 6%. Broadcom 8%. AMD 7%. Golly, look at the red in AMD. It's had one green day in the past 3 weeks. Get the hell out of here. I don't remember 2 months. I remember 2 months ago, actually, I wanted to buy VIX at sub 12. I know, man. And I've tried multiple. It's futures that I need to buy, right? It's VIX futures is the way you play it because you can't really buy the VIX, but you can buy VIX futures, right? Like next time, freaking A. Do VXX? It was too expensive. I think that's why I don't do this one. Futures getting by here. Short the VIX back down. Yeah, this is gonna be wild, man. All right, I need to freaking turn on CNBC. Let me see if I can get some kind of feed up. I don't. Shit is.
Actions of other central banks. So I think we do need to think about that. We probably also want to consider what would it look like if the job market deteriorated? What would it look like if the economy, if we got supply shocks, it was overheating? We're getting international.
Get to that summer.
Joe got back on Thursday.
I got back on Thursday,
Maybe
right
my
when
fault.
it started.
Hey guys,
That was the night it happened. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I thought the same thing, Austin. I want you to,
Just one other thing. I mean, we had at the pandemic close, we were at 2,300 on the S&P. I mean, it's just we just have come so far, Austin. We were at like 5,500. It just, you know, in previous times where we do see a little bit of a backing and filling, it just seems like I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's plenty of room where you could make a case that if there was any. And then the wealth effect on that, I don't know what that would do to the economy. I'm just wondering whether it could be more than a mild recession that we've built up.
Oh, I see. I thought you were saying if you thought there were frothiness in equity markets and some of that came off, could that generate a recession?
Right.
That sounds kind of like the original internet bubble popping that generated a mild recession. of what. So if people get scared and the long rates come down and they think the short rates are going to fall, it's going to affect the yield curve in a way that's going to de-invert it. But for the same reason, an inverted yield curve didn't have to be an indicator of recession. The uninversion of the yield curve doesn't have to not be an indicator of recession. So that's one piece. Not definitive for me.
Hey, Austin, real quick, Jeremy Siegel was trying to pound the table, say, you know, you need to have an emergency rate cut. Effectively right now, and said that if you did, that the market would rip. And I said to him, well, isn't it possible if there was an emergency rate cut that the market would actually think the opposite? That, my goodness, this is actually a much bigger problem than we know. What is the data that you would be needing to look at between now and September?
Abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Today, more than ever, competing priorities demand your attention. You can't focus on one thing. You need to account for everything. But what matters most for your business?
It's about creating new revenue streams. How can we actually use this disruption to our benefit?
The secret comes in going deep in your own sector and reaching across into other sectors for new insights.
Well, when did that happen?
Again, what's going to be interesting is that we had that exchange of fire in April between Iran and Israel, was relatively contained, did not lead to any market disruptions. But the question is now, are we looking at something more coordinated with Hezbollah, Iran, Hamas? Like, is this just a repeat of April, or is it something more serious?
They didn't seem like they were ready to go
Shady,
full
only the
bore
best here, bud.
They were not ready to go full bore. They basically
only the best.
told people in the region what was going to happen.
Right.
Obviously, the message conveyed. The question is what we're going to see in response now from Iran materially different from April, or is it just more of the same?
Okay. Halima, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
And you said Big Bird. Nobody else said Big. No one would have said that with Big Bird.
See that? That's like the gap in my health insurance.
Gap in your health insurance?
It didn't cover everything when I got hurt. Good thing I had Aflac. The cash I got from Aflac helped pay for medical expenses, groceries, rent. Really helped close that gap.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com.
Wish we had Aflac on our team. You can't.
Well, I'm a paid actor, and this isn't a real company. There's no way to fake how Upwork can help your business. Upwork is half the cost of our old recruiter, and they have top-tier talent in everything from PR to project management. Because this is how we work now.
Okay, team. Oh, thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without you. Honestly, I don't do a whole lot here. I'm really just here for the AT&T internet. It's super fast.
So any pre-launch concerns?
What if nobody buys them?
That's mean.
Or what if everybody buys them?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
That's probably not going to happen.
Can we handle that kind of traffic?
The network can handle it. I downloaded 8 hours of true crime stories just during our last video call. I'm learning a lot.
Working at CNBC is a blast. We're all about tackling this incredibly difficult thing, which is understanding markets, understanding the economy. The ambition is the fuel that feeds that. Business is an amazing way to view the world.
As an investor in many small businesses, I know how hard it is to acquire new customers using only social media. TV advertising works, but for years it's been too expensive and was hard to measure. So I fixed it and created Wonder Ads. Powered by Tatari, Wonder Ads makes TV advertising as simple as digital ad platforms. You'll know what creative is working across all TV networks and streaming services, with metrics like customer acquisition cost and return on ad spend. Scale your business on TV at wonderads.com.
WIX and Google.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Gemini
Sure,
anything. Space, that's Windy.
We searched you online and
Whiskey India
maybe you can
X-ray,
explain
WIX.
this?
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated
Holy
with
hell.
your online search results?
Freaking website.
Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who've improved their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Final check on the markets. I don't have anything really.
What a morning. We're down now
positive to say.
1,200, almost 1,300 points on the
NASDAQ
Dow. But the
over 1,000.
NASDAQ's the thing to watch right now because you're looking at that off 5.5 points, or 5.5%, I should say. Dow off about 3%.
But the Dow was off 4%, or so add 3 to that, so we could almost double.
Flip the Bitcoin real quick because you're going to look at that now. I think we're going to be in the $50,000 range.
Make sure you join us tomorrow when the sun comes up. Squawk on the Street is next.
See if Kramer mentions his indicator. Keep forgetting what it's called.
Good Monday morning and welcome to Squawk on
No,
the
I
Street.
can't.
I'm
This
David
is
Faber with
free
Jim
version,
Kramer. We're live
Pasty.
from Post 9, of course,
It's
the New York
probably about a
Stock
minute and a
Exchange.
half
Carl
behind.
Quintanilla is in Paris at the Olympics. Let's give you another look at futures. You just heard Joe and Andrew talking about what is going to be a significant sell-off when we begin trading 30 minutes from now. And as you might expect, of course, that's where we're going to begin the show. That global market sell-off. Stocks are set to tumble at the open amidst worries about an economic slowdown. This follows Friday's weaker than expected jobs report. The Nasdaq, by the way, already is in correction territory heading into today's session.
Anything's possible.
And overnight in Asia, one reason why we're seeing this global sell-off, Nikkei plunged, yeah, that's true, 12%. That was the biggest one-day drop since Black Monday back in 1987, a day that Jim and I both remember well. We were both working back then, so we've been through days like this, I don't even know how many times, not to mention the global financial crisis. So I always want to put these things in perspective. Japan was unique in a way, though. That kind of a sell-off, specific, Jim, to the yen carry trade, to what has been a significant appreciation in the yen as a result of that rise in interest rates there to try to combat inflation. We'll talk more about the connection there, but give me your take on this morning and what we can expect.
Well, I think that when you see the Dow and NASDAQ decline by 1% every hour, lockstep with Japan, I don't think you can therefore say, you know what, the problem here is the data center slowdown. I mean, I don't want to foment problems. There's enough things that are wrong. I don't need to make up anything. But this is off of Japan. And we do have treasuries in a kind of a weird spot where when yields plummet, we all think that there's something wrong. We got to take a breath here. I mean, the idea that we're in a recession because the Fed didn't move a quarter point, that's fatuous analysis. The idea that the data center is a black hole and everybody depends on it, that's not reasonable. The idea that you can just go buy it knowing that these forces that you can't see might still sell, whether it be Buffett selling more Apple, who the heck knows, or whether it be the Japanese coming back in tomorrow, well, you have to deal with that if you're trying to buy something. Yet, the idea of buying something is not a bad idea.
Right.
Because there's a lot of stocks that will not deserve to be where the futures take them this morning.
I would add, in making the round of calls to that group of people that I often call on days like today, I'm not hearing any dislocations in credit. That becomes very important because we always want to make sure in the sense of, all right, is this spreading in a way that is even more concerning? Nothing in terms of credit. Liquidity is very high. Obviously, in a way, you've already got financial conditions easing, right? Sure. As a result of what's going on. And then that question, of course, as to what the Fed will do. There are a number of people popping up today said, emergency meeting.
Yeah,
and then I'm curious to get your opinion because there's the division of would an emergency meeting be good or would it scare people, scare certain market participants if it were to happen?
Maybe they're behind.
Not that it will.
I listened to Professor Siegel. I've listened to Professor Siegel all my life, and I thought that he was, I don't want to judge anyone as good as he is, but I would say he's too adamant. I think that the people who are reacting to the stock market going down are people who are not in touch with what you and I have seen over the years. This could be more like 97, Russia. It could be like 98. It could be South Korea. We can react to them. There could be a hedge fund that's on the wrong side of the Japanese carry trade, which we can discuss. But remember, you're selling stocks equally. And not all of them deserve to go down equally.
Right.
Yes, I do think that Intel contributed greatly to the problem because people still remember Intel as a great company. It's not, okay? That's okay. There's a lot of companies that is not as good as they used to be. But the idea that we sit here and we judge NVIDIA as the reason why things are bad because there's a publication that comes out and says things are late, when I go back to my July 9th notes of what the company told me, and what the company told me is exactly what they're saying now. So, I can create the fact that maybe Buffett knows something about Apple that Tim Cook doesn't. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Apple's a free rider. They get all the AI they want, and they don't have to spend anything. That's great. So why should they be down as much as
you're mentioning two of the key news stories and as well that we're going to be focused on.
Well, it's just important to distinguish
with this sell-off. One being this idea that Blackwell chips are delayed in some way, and another, obviously, that man right there. I mean, it's still the largest position at Berkshire, but it's not an insignificant thing when Warren Buffett decides to sell half of his Apple, which has already happened.
Right. Well, but we don't know what's his positioning. We don't know what his company's knowledge of Apple.
We do know that Berkshire now has $272 billion in cash.
Right, and that's great. But look, anybody who bought Apple because Buffett bought it, what are they saying today? They're saying, well, how was the quarter? What happened? I mean, you got to go in and say that you got to look at the Mag 7, first of all. It's not Mag 7.
By the way, we should point out, he sold it before the quarter.
Right.
I mean, he sold it before the print,
so, I mean,
which the market reaction was positive to. Now, we're coming off Amazon, not a great reaction. Meta was pretty good. And, I mean, we can go through them all.
Well, that's the point, is that we have to. We have to say Meta was good.
Mixed bag, right?
Yeah, Amazon, no one buys their idea that selling on a day when the attempted assassination of Trump or that the Olympics are holding sales down. No one's buying that, except for me.
Really?
Because I know the company...
Don't you usually sit there with watching stuff? By the way, just a very quick, the Olympics are amazing. Did you watch the Olympics?
No, I'm not. I'm watching both the Olympics and then the highlights on Peacock.
They were so awesome
my daughter set up the Gold Zone. You have the Gold Zone?
The Olympics are great.
They're unbelievable.
How many times we're going to get to Carl from Paris.
The milk on the chocolate milk on Katie Ledecky?
Yeah, I've seen that video.
My friend John Ledecky from college.
Yeah, Katie Ledecky is incredible.
But David,
think the 1500, that was amazing. No lies. Anyway, the Olympics are great. Let's get back to this.
Let me just say, why would prominent people at Amazon, whom I've known for 20 years, bag me when they've never bagged me? What happened? Did they suddenly say, you know what, we got to bag Cramer? He's a jackass.
They were manufacturing a lot of satellites for Project Kuiper.
No, they did have a bit of a slowdown in sales, but then they had a great speed up that suddenly beef doesn't matter in Amazon Web Services, which was the only thing that mattered in 2 Februarys ago.
By the way, it's not as though Japanese investors don't own a lot of these stocks as well.
And there
has been an unwind there, as we've said, of great significance in terms of that yen carry trade where you can borrow in yen and then you buy dollars,
50%.
buy a basket of AI stocks, right?
That's what I'm
thinking. So when the yen goes up because the rates go up
hell?
and this thing all unwinds and you get margin calls, you sell. And you don't just sell there, you sell here too.
Well, you can get it bounced because it's not us that are causing it. And then if they come back,
but
you keep selling, you go down again.
You had some big stocks, though. And Tokyo Electron down 18.5%. Samsung, by the way, Samsung was down 10%.
Well, I mean, look,
Hynix, TSMC.
They
These
got
are
some
some of the
real bad
largest
holders there.
largest companies in the world.
Right.
Foxconn
Well,
down 10%.
They got large again. I mean, it's funny that when Japan topped out like it did in '89,
yeah.
But we all have to deal with the Japanese sell-off, and it's causing like the Korean sell-off. Or like, remember the tigers, the Asian tiger sell-off?
Yeah.
And we didn't even realize. People first thought those were like ASICs or something, you know. And then they come back and say, "Wow, this thing is really bad." And then it turns out that it's not really bad. But David, there's a process to every sell-off. Right now, you'd be buying without knowing what's really causing it. It's not NVIDIA and it's not Masasan. There's something else. There's someone who's kind of broke or something that we don't have to. So you buy here, you get the bounce. That's great. Then you have to scalp it as we find out what's really going wrong, and then you get the real bounce. But that's typically the process. I don't want to be too clinical because there are a lot of people right now who are very scared.
No, well,
I am telling you that if everything goes down at the same price, it's not real.
We've seen so many days like this, and often in August it feels as though we typically get a day like this. But again, for me, credit's fine, liquidity's fine, and then earnings. I mean, are earnings fine, I guess is a question, as we are slowing. There's no doubt about that. And we do have a lot of questions about the consumer. Certainly coming off a much weaker than expected jobs number on Friday.
But the economy's still creating jobs. If we get a couple strong numbers, people are going to say, I see why Powell it was reluctant to cut. I'm not buying into the 50, 75 emergency basis because it's like, wow, are you kidding me? But let's remember, certain things are going well. Oil coming down. I mean, maybe oil's true price is, without any war premium, is 65. Very anti-inflation.
Yeah, that said,
a lot of
there's one other thing we haven't mentioned this morning, which is the possibility that Iran is going to undertake a very significant strike. It is telling everyone
they say that they're
in the
going
near
to.
term agast Israel.
Right, they say they're going to.
That can't be helpful for
it's not.
Anything.
But where would oil be without Iran saying those things? You could argue it'd be very low. I think the banks are really interesting here.
Why?
Because I don't see a huge wave of defaults. We didn't get that in the last quarter. And you don't things don't turn on a dime. You don't have like Capital One saying, look, we're fine, and Capital One come out and say we're not fine. That's just not how it works. I mean, JP Morgan's fine. Do you want to buy JP Morgan here? I don't know. The stock was lower after they reported 2 quarters ago. I'm looking at what stocks.
What about Buffett selling Bank of America? Concerning at all?
He's selling consistently. He's got a huge position. And Bank of America was the best of the large caps.
In terms of
earnings? It sells at 10 times earnings. I like 10 times earnings. You can't let Buffett
We got
rule
nothing
your
in the
thinking
shit stock world
other than the
moving
fact
this-
that he has the
this morning,
ability to
boys. It's
reload
all
and knock
gonna
the
be
stock
about the
down.
big boys.
I mean, that's the problem, David, is we could have a second leg when people
It's
say,
all
you know
about
what,
the big
nothing
boys
wrong with
today.
Bank of America, and they buy it at 10 times. They hope it goes
Until
to 11
20
times.
hold.
And then Buffett comes back, or sellers come back. So it's a precarious time from the point of view of buying and not being
some
able to
of these
scalp.
stocks
You
are
have to
just-
scalp. And
Yeah,
that's for
that
the
said,
business.
Warren Buffett having almost $300 billion in cash is interesting.
But what does that mean for us, that there's this person that has that?
Well,
what does it mean?
I mean, he hasn't done a large deal in a very long time.
Okay, so let's say
Maybe
he
an
goes and buys
opportunity.
XYZ. Are we then supposed to say, you know what, that's the chance to buy ABC?
Well, not necessarily. I just think it's
we don't
interesting.
know what's wrong with them. Maybe something's wrong with them.
With who?
With Berkshire Hathaway.
Wrong?
Well, I mean, maybe they're trying to pull back and reconsider about the way they run their money. Remember, we have a transition that was
Warren
announced.
is 93 years
Well,
old.
and we had a transition.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just find that if you do what Buffett says, then you went down. Remember, Buffett didn't touch in the Great Recession and got clobbered. And then when it came back up, he said, see, you didn't have to do anything. Even though you would have dodged a 40% decline, which even if your taxes is pretty good.
Yep.
So, I don't want to follow anybody. I don't want to follow Jeremy Siegel, who I felt was saying, listen, the world's over. I thought that Goolsby was calm and cool.
He was, listening to Austin on
Didn't you
Squawk
like him?
Box. I did.
He's like a reasonable guy.
He
A
seemed
reasonable
rough.
guy says, look,
He did
if things get
seem
really weak, we
reasonable.
are going to do what's necessary.
Yeah, we'll play some excerpts from
But I do think that
from,
interest
Austin
rates
Goolsby.
are scaring people. That the 2 years, I mean, I bought the 2 year, like, last week at 4, and
So you
now
take a look. The 10-year now below 3.7.
Flip the 2-year.
And there it is.
Right?
Yeah, look at that.
I'm flipping the 2-year, making a nice gain.
Well, no, we're not inverted.
No, but that's, I'm just saying,
Hey, we're not
all these
inverted.
panic moves. You have to let it.
Session's over.
Here's what we're doing for my club. We're buying 4 stocks. We're not being big. We probably won't have money in at the end of the day because what we like to do is sell losers. I can't mention yet because that restricts us. Sell losers to fund winners because the jokers sell winners to fund losers. And I don't want to be in the joker column.
Psychonautics, let's go,
There are a lot of
bud.
professionals out there looking for things to buy, but they're not squawking because they're afraid it'll look like
freaking
dopes
go.
if it keeps falling. So you can't do that. I'm willing to look like a dope and say we're putting some money in work.
All right.
God, dope me. I'm like 95 years old already.
We're going to have a lot of opportunity to discuss this
Like World War
significant
II, I remember
sell-off
buying, right
about
after Pearl Harbor,
17
really
minutes before the Open. But let's head across the Atlantic now to Paris. Carl is there at the Olympic Games. We missed you here, Carl, but it looks a
Stock
lot nicer
market
there.
gifting out 5.
I'll tell you guys, that was a great discussion
Let's
just
go,
now.
bud.
About obviously an important,
Hey.
an interesting day.
When shit
You know,
hits
just
the
'cause you
fan,
have
what
the
do we
Olympics
do?
doesn't mean you
We
can't have a
donate
global
subs.
sell-off.
That's what we
and
do.
just because you
Well
have a
done,
global
buddy.
sell-off doesn't mean the games stop. As David points out, there are 2 big things people are talking about: the markets today and the Olympics. And on that front, it was a really incredible weekend between Katie Ledecky getting her 9th gold, Djokovic getting his 1st gold and getting that Golden Slam, first man to ever do that in singles. And then, of course, the story last night was Noah Lyles, the first American man to be titled world's fastest in about 20 years, wins that 100-meter
won it by his
5
nose.
1,000ths of a second.
Just
That is
reaching out. That was a
1/20th the amount of
close
time it
race.
takes to blink your eye. The closest, one of
What
the
a
closest
freaking
Olympic
baller.
races in history. This week he's going to take aim at the 200. That's his best event, actually.
Yes.
And if he gets that, he will be the first U.S. man to
I
win
mean,
gold for the
there-
100
that's
and the
insane.
200, going all the way back to Carl Lewis in Los Angeles back in 1984.
Holy hell,
Just
so-
incredible. At first, he wasn't sure who won. They asked
Yeah,
for
they
the photo
thought the
finish.
Jamaican
Omega,
dude
by
won
the
at
way, getting a
first.
huge prop because of their high-res cameras that take 4 times the frames per second these days than they used to. Just an amazing Olympic event. We'll be talking about this one for a while. But guys, we're going to try to keep you honest on the games and the markets. But I'll tell you what, Jim, it's incredible
agree,
to wake up
Googly. That
here,
was the
try to
like all
look
of
at the
them were
medal
close.
count while also reading the Melius note about whether Blackwell is going to impact the quarter.
I absolutely like that note. Again, I point out the fact that the company tells me nothing's changed since July 9th, and yet the information says something has. I got to tell you, Carl, we are just transfixed on
VIX
where
is
you
coming
are.
back down,
I
back
thought
to
the 100
55
meters.
now.
I watched the 100 meters. I went back to Peacock and watched it over and over again. I did not think that we won that. I swear. I think we won by a literal hair.
Neither did the announcer.
It was so great.
Yes.
Oh my God, the Olympics are so great. And I'm sorry, beach volleyball, not a sexist. Watch it with my daughters. Amazing.
The Olympics is incredible. Carl, I watched actually in real time. I made sure to watch the swimming.
I didn't buy anything from Amazon
Simone
when I was
Biles,
watching.
freaking baller.
And that guy in the 10,000,
Dude, she is
Fisher, I mean, just incredible.
And she's
All the
27.
stories, incredible.
Just the greatest.
And
That's
so much
the
more
nutty
coming
part.
for you to see this
Like
week.
most of the time, these are like
Yeah, I
really
definitely
young
thought of you, David, yesterday when talking to Ledecky,
girls,
who I'm
basically.
convinced is the most grounded Olympian I've ever met. Incredible.
She's 27.
Just fantastic.
I mean, she is the greatest female swimmer of all time, one of the greatest Olympians,
Do you
certainly
think
one of the
it's
greatest
like a
U.S.
miracle on ice? I feel like the country's really
Who
down,
said
and
that?
this is a miracle on ice for
It's
me.
my dad
Where we were
last
like the
night.
Maylaz and the miracle on ice broke it in the 80s,
Whoa, whoa,
right?
whoa,
In
what
the
move
80s
did
for Lake Placid.
Pelosi make?
I feel like that now, Carl. We're like watching. We're saying, you know what? We're not.
What move did Pelosi make? Can you turn the volume down? It's a little overpowering. It's fine. Kramer said that. Oh.
Obviously, things are turbulent on multiple fronts.
Yeah. One thing it is going to be losing today.
Pelosi's old everything Friday?
Let's turn to
Buying
futures, of
Ledecky
course,
right here.
this week.
Ledecky
How
is down
did people
10%
know
because of the
that?
futures. Give me some Ledecky.
She wouldn't have had to have
As I said,
reported it.
we are going to be down sharply. We're all over the sell-off.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
People are just suggesting.
I can't believe you corporate types are still calling each other rock stars.
You're a rock star.
We're all rock stars.
Ooh, look at my data-driven insights. I'm a rock star.
Great job putting finance and HR on one platform with Workday.
Thank you.
Guys, can you keep it down? I'm working.
You people are...
Hand over the air guitar.
I've got another one.
This is our future, Ma. GoDaddy Aero creates a logo, website, even social posts in minutes. How? AI.
No.
Who wants to come see the future?
Get your business online in minutes with GoDaddy Aero.
Thank you for calling. Please hold. When you talk to your custodian, does it feel like you're not being heard? Thank you for calling. Please hold.
Now that's better. Trey PMR doesn't have a massive call center. Instead, your calls are answered by real people who know you by name and are empowered to help. Like me. Hey, Chuck, how are you? What can I do for you?
Hey, small business owners. Pickleball's kind of like bookkeeping and accounting, right? Lots of strategy, lots of effort, and if you don't have the right partner, you just won't win. It's time to team up with a winning partner. Call Zendu, and let's get that win today. Zendu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses.
When I run, they'll say on your mark, and they'll say set, and the gun goes off, and it's just a humongous explosion of energy. When you're at your very top speed, it feels like you can run forever. And then there's this one moment where everybody else starts to die, and you're like, I'm not about to die. I'm about to get faster. My ambition is to change the world. Whether that's fashion, music, racing, of course. I put action to my dreams.
The Olympics, tonight on NBC and Peacock.
Introducing your new favorite shirt, the Lightweight Hoodie. Crafted with an ultra-light, quick-dry fabric.
Aw.
Soft bamboo for unmatched comfort. Your go-to summer hoodie has arrived.
Don't worry. There you go. Burrito.
For the most comfortable.
Look at us. We have 800 viewers, boys. This is... We're close to the bottom. We're close to the bottom. When we hit 800 to 1,000 viewers, that means the bottom is in.
Luxury mattresses made affordable.
Reality check. Tough skin doesn't make you tougher. Omnilux Men is clinically proven to help rejuvenate and hydrate.
I mean, it's like clockwork.
It's helped me a lot with wrinkles, shaving marks.
Pigmentation.
This is going to radically improve your skin.
This has been a lifesaver.
As you see jobs numbers come in weaker than expected, but not looking yet like recession, I do think you want to be forward-looking of where the economy is headed for making the decisions, and remember that, say, the payroll jobs number is plus or minus 100,000 a month. So
Open's going to be margin calls, stop losses. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hectic. I'm not probably going to touch things early because there's going to be funds that are attached to stocks that are going in the halts right out of the open. It's going to be kind of wild and things until things kind of settle in.
It was kind of funny what he just said.
So
which is
it's
that
like sit back and watch. I'm going to take my 5-minute break now.
This is a crisis
So I'm
of
actually
confidence,
here
not
for it.
data.
I'm gonna watch it.
People are very afraid. There's just been a huge amount of margin debt that we don't know. What tends to happen is there's something that we haven't seen that's driving things down that can cause a second leg if you scalp. At the same time, I think if you don't take advantage of some of these prices with the NASDAQ down so much, I think you'll look back and say, you know what, I know that the NASDAQ was still up for the year, but let's find things that aren't up. I mean, there are now stocks that are... Here, let me give you an example. It still got up a little bit, but Micron. Okay, you look at Micron. Yeah. Micron is going to blow away the quarter. There's no doubt about it because they are selling high bandwidth memory, which there's tremendous demand for. But the stock has just been clubbed. So what am I supposed to do? Sell Micron here?
Right.
I mean, if you don't buy the price, you have to ask yourself, would you sell the price? Would you sell Micron at 87? What, hoping that you get it back at 82? I can't play that game. I can't. It's just, viewers at home can't.
What
You know, we look at the bond market now, and every
signal
note that's
recession.
coming out, yes, recession is what you're starting to hear about. At least the possibility of said is increasing. There's no doubt. I would share, though, this, you know, this SOM rule. Remember that, which is that every 0.2 rise in the unemployment rate triggers this rule that says basically you got a much better chance of a recession.
But that's over-concluding.
But B of A saying they don't happen, that is recessions without layoffs, and those remain extremely low.
Where are the bankruptcies?
And the rise in the unemployment rate over the last year reflects high participation in immigration that have boosted the labor supply, so they're not a believer.
No, but it's why I say it's a crisis in confidence, not data. The data's really good. And I think the idea, by the way, that if the Fed had moved on Friday a quarter point, this wouldn't happen, that's just wrong. It's really out of Japan it starts. I mean, it is possible. Like, Japan got big enough that it can have that kind of impact. And it brought us down. I mean, how much we're down, things should be down here between midnight and 4? I don't know, but that was a major move in the Nasdaq.
Things that are not necessarily a focus during the course of every day, and then suddenly you're like, wait a second, this yen carry trade was that big, or there were that many people who were margining to borrow in yen and buy AI baskets of stocks and dollars?
Well, do you say that Walmart, where you shop when you don't have much money, that should be down big today?
Right.
No, you have to pick your spots. Decide what. I don't know whether Supermicro's done going down, but I do know that if I started buying Walmart, I'd feel pretty good.
Pick your mad dash, because that's what we got coming up here. Of course, we are about
Snap,
6.5
crackle,
minutes.
Pop candy.
I'm going to do Kellanova later.
Oh,
yeah, don't do that as a mad dash. No way. That's off your table. Let's give you another look at futures, though. Of course, we are expecting a much lower, I'm going to use too muches, lower open when we get started with trading about 6 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
Walk Fox, tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC. The Omaha Steaks Anniversary Sale is here. For over a century, we've guaranteed the highest we offer. To celebrate, we're offering you 50% off site-wide. That means you'll save 50% and get our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. And right now, you'll save an extra $30 when you use promo code CELEBRATE at checkout. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
When you automate sales
Oh,
tax
you don't like
with Avalara,
commercials?
You don't have to worry about things like changing tax rates,
Look at the
exemption
ticker.
certificates,
Don't
or
worry, it's
filing returns.
minute and a half behind.
Avalara.
What do you guys think here? What do you think? Let's go, let's do a little prediction for today. SPY. Oh, where was he? Where will SPY end up? Over, what is it?
You're getting ready to dive into crypto for the first time.
Under.
But you're a little worried about the fine print. And feeling intimidated about how to start.
All right, get your predictions in,
We
boys.
get that
Over
investment in crypto
513,
is no
under
small decision,
513.
Which is why, as the world's largest crypto asset manager, we'll do more
Oh, this
to keep you
reminds me.
covered on your crypto journey.
Let me mute this so I can talk about it real quick. I got reached out on Friday or Thursday about a website that wanted me to stream on their website, and I was like, this is interesting. I've only had this happen to me before, like one at a time. And that was Trade Arcade. Trade Arcade was kind of on doing its thing, and then kind of stopped because they got the people that was developing Trade Arcade got a very big deal. I don't know if it's public, so I can't really talk about who that is. Well, let's say probably a lot of you have used the product. So Trade Arcade became a afterthought. There's a company called, let me get you the link real quick. Just so they know that I'm doing my job. Here it is, right here. Stonks.com. I know. So this company is made by the creators of Streamlabs. Streamlabs, as you all know, is how I have all the alerts that come up on the screen and all that stuff. Well, they sold Streamlabs to Logitech back in the day. So they made fat stacks from there, and they've been making companies and selling them since. But one that they have now put their efforts into
1 minute
is
to the U.S.
stonks.com.
market open.
They've had that domain. They've had that domain since 2018, before Stonks was actually kind of cool, which is interesting to me. They're in their startup phase. They're in their alpha stage. But one of the cool things that they're doing right now.
Note to new and existing members, disclaimers posted in the high beta squawk driver.
Show. And I encourage you all to do this, especially since everybody's money is going to be wrecked today. If you go to their website, you click that link. They do a prediction thing once a day on earnings. Today's earning. Who is it today? Do they have one? Oh, Palantir. Okay. So you can't see it because this viewer tag thing's in the way. Let me move it real quick. Boom. You can predict the earnings price of Palantir. So it's free. This is completely free. Top winners get $250. Second place gets $150. Third place, $100, and then all the way down to the top 100 make money. Make your predictions. It's absolutely free. They're using this as a incentive for people to view their website. Do it. It's absolutely free. A bunch of people in our chat did it Friday, and they didn't get in the top 3, but they made like $4 or $5, which is more than they made Friday. So check it out. Use the link. Let's watch this market.
S&P 500 down 222 points after the open. Dow is down 1,063. NASDAQ down 1,058.
Dude, I can't even tell what this is doing. This is crazy. Turn that off. The level 2 is showing 92. The chart is showing 92.50, 91.50. Good God, the lag today, man. This is why you just probably can't even touch this thing just yet. Holy hell. All right. I have an earnings play in. We'll see. I don't know why it shows P&L 450. It's all right. There we go. Oh, now NVIDIA wants to dump. NVIDIA below 92. Yeah, no, this is crazy. MGL moving back up. Look at this. It's just NVIDIA at 91 and the actual price is at 93. This is how bad we're lagging right now. It's pretty nuts. Rip my app. ONG, let's go, bud. Get your predictions in, boys.
MGO Global Equity getting a pop to the high, $4.25. Michael Golf Oscar Lima, MGOL.
MGL it's like the only thing moving. So I can't trade right now because the platform is just completely broken. It won't even change tickers. Oh, let me make sure this is, yeah, that's on. Just gotta let things settle in. Apple's pissed. Well, it would be nice if I could look at the stock. It shows Apple, but this is Nvidia. And it's behind. Good God. You can't sell your put. So anyway, going back to stonks.com real quick to finish that thought out. They want me to stream on there, and it's not a big deal for me to just add it to my restream. So it's cool because, and we'll go through it later. It's a pretty cool, it's like Trade Arcade, but what Trade Arcade should have done. They're trying to make tools for the retail guy to use that like institutional guys have access to. That makes sense. Or make it a little easier for retail to join in and feel
That ticker NVIDIA, November Victor Delta Alpha. Share seeing new highs. Note this week's $100 calls coming in active for NVIDIA.
$100 calls, huh? Like earning stuff. I mean, it's very alpha, so they're nowhere near even implementing everything that they want to do. But yeah. We'll walk through it later of what they have right now. Their earnings calendar is pretty sweet. It's actually really nice. I'm not getting paid or anything by them to say all this, by the way. And, you know, I don't shill things to you unless I think they are worth shilling. But for right now, the free money prediction thing is pretty sweet. So let's see. PLTR. What is it at? I'm going to make an earnings prediction right now. 20. You get one free entry a day. Is E-Trade going to be like, it'll fix itself a little bit later. For sure.
I took a Schwab, Sandy Charlie Hotel Whiskey. Note social media circulation is unconfirmed. Charles Schwab's trading platforms are down with users unable to log into their accounts. That being circulated.
You don't think? You don't think? Yeah, isn't it so fun that, you know, maybe retail wants to buy this, but all their shit never works!
Coming up at 9:45, the S&P Global Composite and Services PMI for July. The Composite PMI 55, expected Global Services PMI 56.
Well.
Well. Ace Dolo, let's go, bud. I'm gonna try to restart my eTurd, see if I get a better server. Good God, the whole thing's just frozen right now. So I invested quite a bit in my health equity account. This is like the pullback I've been waiting for. And this is something that I don't touch for like 20 years. 30 years, 40 years, whatever it is. Hopefully. Unless I need to, right? Unless it gets a heart attack. Interactive Brokers is working flawlessly, you say? Good to know, man.
NVIDIA popping here and
because Morgan Stanley and Schwab have sucked dick almost always in high volume times like this. Oh, IBKR is struggling. Am I ding louder? Zach, are you being facetious? I don't even know what was making that noise. It's always like this in the morning because everything's just kind of hitting the scanners. So just chill out. Here, I'll just mute everything there. It's been muted. All right, eTurd, let's see if you'll MGOL. I'm scared to take a trade, but there's levels here. What are we trading? Real Dawn, we're not sure, right? MGOL has a level here over this 420 level for a high day move. But do you... I mean, it's okay to take days off. If you're like, oh, dude, I need to trade today. You don't have to. You're going to have platform issues probably most of the day. You're going to have lag. You're going to have just things aren't going to act right because buyers are going to be, I mean, you could maybe find a short or two, right? It's just going to be wonky. This isn't a normal day. Like, I want to see how this acts on this. This is a big area. This 420 break should get a nice pop. If it doesn't, okay, so it worked. Okay, so it worked really well. So maybe we got a player here. Maybe we have a player. Since it's like the only shit stock moving, maybe we got a player. When is the end of the world? I mean, you asked.
Coming up at 10, the CB Employment Trends Index for July and the ISM Non-Manufacturing PMI for July. 51.
Actual 54.3, expecting 55. Services final actual 55, expecting 56. So, okay. People buying Apple like it's going out of style. Is it a bloodbath? Yes or no? Right now we're seeing buying. But we saw buying Friday that was kind of weak. We'll see here. When we get to the Bollinger Band here on some of these stocks, what does it do? Right? Do we reject the Bollinger Band on the daily and curl back down? Or, I mean, just look, you got to look at what the quality stocks are doing. The Microsofts, the Apples, the Nvidias. You know, what are the quality doing today? It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. Why are these freaking pending? Well, I'm kind of pissed. I submitted some orders on some Vanguard funds, and their orders are just pending right now. That's nice. You know, we've only been open for 20 minutes. How much am I up on the video call? The one call I did? I was going to do 2 so I could sell one, but I'm at 56%. I kind of expected Nvidia to bounce from here. This is ISM 10, yeah. This is pretty. You look back on Friday, right? We gapped down on Friday. Same thing kind of happened though. We had E-turd, jeez, for crying out loud. Holy hell. Okay, let's just do it this way. On Friday, you had that initial buy, and then we sold right back down, broke the lows. Then we went highs again, and then it dumped. So this is what I'm talking about is, you know, patience. If you're not like thinking long term, and you're taking nibbles and you want to trade or whatever, it's okay to be patient. The Momo isn't here yet, probably. I mean, this is a pretty big gap down, so I'm not surprised one bit to see. Oh, this is Tesla. Whatever. All the stocks did the same thing. Nvidia, Tesla, Apple. They all did the exact same thing. Right. Initial buy, sell, high today, sell off. Nvidia held up very well, though, compared to the rest of the stuff going on. All right. VIX is sub 40. Or sub 45. We're at 43.27. That's awesome. Maybe that was the bottom. Maybe that was the bottom. I'm kind of pissed off that and look at, you know, the other indicators. Look at chat viewers. We were up near 900. Now we're down to 600. That was the bottom. That was the bottom indicator. No, Stock Extreme. That's what. Nah. No. Stocky probably has a lot more viewers too, but I'm just saying my viewership count is up quite a bit when there is big moves happening. Watch this NVIDIA. It has a 9939 level here, a W. Let me see how so much lag. You just see it in the cursor. Intel low a day. Good call on Intel. Where's it at? 13 or 1930. Fed futures pricing an emergency cut. Wow. We went from no cut in August or July, August, whatever the last meeting was, to now pricing in an emergency 50 emergency 50 basis point cut. What? Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, guys. It's like, oh yeah, we thought we had our eye on everything. It looked good. Holy shit! 1 week! 1 week! ASTS? I want to see if I can put an order in here without it like nuking the market. Buy. Well, that worked. Here's your break. I missed it because I was too scared to take a trade right now. Oops. So that break there did not do much.
Let's take a UPX Uniform Papa X-Ray India. Sure, see any spike in activity, new highs. UPXI.
Coming up,
10 o'clock.
CB Employment Trends Index for July and the ISM non-manufacturing PMI for July.
This will be interesting.
51.4 is the consensus.
This will be interesting.
AIXI, Shao I Corporation, announcing plans to implement ADS ratio change. That's Alpha
my
India,
gosh.
X-Ray India.
Hey, anybody want to take the? Anybody want to sell the 120? Cheese is telling me to sell the 120 puts on Apple for 2 cents. It's like free money. I actually kind of agree with him there. Hell, why not 125 for that matter? Sell covered puts. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll take Apple at 120 if I get filled there in a week. Nvidia, here's your 100, yeah. Your coffee maker took a dump on the most shorts on your coffee maker, bud. So it's just hitting the wires. You can see it on Trade Exchange if you see it. Here, I'll copy paste the headline. It's just them pricing it in. It doesn't mean they're doing it.
57.8 on the ISM non-manufacturing PMI versus 56 expected.
ISM manufacturing. Oh, belly juice.
Non-manufacturing prices,
belly.
ISM manufacturing, non-manufacturing PMI 51.4. That's in line with consensus. CB Employment Trends Index 109.61 versus 110.27 previous. Shares of NVIDIA back over 100 now, 101.52 now, near the highs.
Back inside the
Down
Bollinger
about,
Band. Golly, I wish I could trade this.
Percent.
I knew we were going to have platform
Remember,
issues,
Delta
so I only
Alpha.
took a $500 gamble today, so to speak. But damn, it is juicing. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. You know what? I forgot. Boys, we witnessed a pretty big dip today. And you know what we didn't do? We didn't play our Buy the Dip anthem.
The market crashed on me, but that's not my last, homie. It ain't over for me. It ain't over for me. The market crashed on me, but that's not my last, homie. Only one logical thing to do. Don't trip by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip by the dip, 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 by the dip. Don't trip by the dip. Get my chips and dip. Hot on coins and watch me flip. In and out of
shit hits the fan! You buy that motherfucker!
Here's a tip. Crypto face is the truth. He can even show you proof. This is market cipher school. Rory made you say, ooh, wish I had one too. Making plays on trading view. Waiting on a blue triangle. I just call it Blues Clue. Portfolio diversified. Keep my balance classified. Scared to look you terrified. But when you did, you almost got
Come on.
it all good before you went to sleep. Woke up to a surprise. Couldn't believe your eyes. Where the hell did your money go? You like, oh my God. What the fuck happened? Bitcoin dumping in my sleep. Woke up to a market sweep. That's the reason I don't sleep. Keep
there we go.
my eyes on the prize. Bought some Hex and Cardano. Fear of missing out. FOMO, that's a no-no. Yeah, I know, bro, but I still do the shit. I'm just trying to hit a lick, so I think I just might buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip, buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip, buy the dip. Get my chips and dip. Hot on coins and watch me flip. In and out, I'm stacking pips. Market looking bearish. Buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip. The market crashed on me, but it's not my ass, homie. Time to rise up out the flames like a motherfucking phoenix. Flying high in the sky, and I motherfucking mean it. Put it all on the house, I can't help it cause I'm greedy. Got a family, got a feed.
Imagine if today was front page. Yeah.
ETH, XRP, that's a threesome. Three-way. Blockchain,
Three-way.
Boy, really eating. Cryptocurrency is a gift from God. All praises to the Most High. Help me beat the odds, playing smart, so I don't get wrecked like you pencil next. Where crew call me Spider-Man, the way I spider line. Until we position, then I exit trades right on time. Might tell you a secret, but I'll never drop a dime. Favorite pastime.
Damn right, Zach. 41.
If they go the other way, keep calm.
Sell the rip. You there is no sell button.
Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Don't trip, buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip, buy the dip. Get my chips and dip. Hot on coins and watch me flip. In and out, I'm stacking pips. Market looking bearish. Buy the dip, 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 buy the dip. Don't trip. It ain't over for me. 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 It ain't over for me.
No, it's not. We here all day. Listen, I got the Pimp Rogue out. I'm ready to rock and roll today as long as my platform lets me make a freaking trade. All that crap I thought about E-Trade did a lot better than Schwab. I will say this, that
SDHW, Charles
typically
Schwab
on high
said
volume
working
days, high
resolve,
volatility days at the market open,
issues as quickly as
E-Turd
possible,
typically
says some
does do
clients have
better
difficulty
than
logging in.
TOS.
That's Sandy Charlie Hotel.
That's the
Whiskey.
only time. It does seem to recover faster.
Fidelity also working to resolve issues with logins.
Test 100. I don't really care. So these August 30 calls are after earnings. Earnings is on the 28th. They could print. Yeah, I know. It was pretty tempting to take those this morning. I just had to. Jay Nos, 2 months. Let's go, bud. All right, maybe, just maybe this MGOL will do something. 5-minute cuck fail. I don't know. You tried 4 orders and didn't get filled? Jeez. CrowdStrike is green. What the hell?
WATT Energis popping here, dollar up 12%. Whiskey Alpha Tango Tango. Shares halted on a circuit breaker at the highs at $1. WATT.
What? Did they do a reverse split or something? Jeez. All right. We got a halt on Watt. This used to be a fun one to play back in the day. Hey, Zach, who did you say you're voting for this election? I forgot already. Oh, that's cool, Zach, because I never said that anybody. nor will I ever say who I'm voting for. Well, I'll say I'm not voting for it's not even a funny joke. I'm not even gonna say it. Clemel. Hair piss. MGOL trying to push highs here. We got a level here at 21. I just don't trust this thing, man. It hasn't broken out like at all. What are you talking about, Looney? Can you point out where you bought those NVIDIA calls? You can see it right here on the time and sales. 9:32 and 4 seconds. That's when I bought them. Right here. I would have bought them earlier, but E-Turd was taking a shit. A giant shit in my mouth. Yeah, that makes it a little easier to see. I sold NVIDIA 60 puts for 25 cents. Oh my gosh, dude. I need to get, I don't have the level approved for selling covered calls or covered puts. I don't. And I need to. I just never bothered to get approved for it. But golly, 60? For the weeklies?
I took a Schwab CHW note. CNBC Live TV now reporting on Schwab issues.
That's level 1? No, it's not. Buying and selling calls is level 1. Selling puts, I believe, is 2, right? So selling covered calls? Or is that 3? Selling naked is 3? What about selling covered? I thought selling covered is 2. Covered calls is level 1. Covered is 2. Yeah, that's right. Buying is 1. Selling is 2. Let me look it up. You're telling me this entire time I've been able to sell covered calls and puts and not know it? Now, buying is 1, selling is 2. Get off my dick. I know what I'm talking about sometimes. Sometimes. All right. Back to NVIDIA. 5-minute cock. This is probably the way to play these things today. Apple, what are you doing? Oh, Apple looks juicy. Apple 210 break. I'm sorry, JJL. I'm looking at your Apple here. Or 211, sorry. No. 210. Is it okay to buy an ETF like VU while these dips are taking place? I can't tell you what to do, but this is a place where a lot of people do like to buy. Very, very violent dips. You know, if you're looking to hold for years on end, not the worst spot, right? This isn't really. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Did that sound weird to you all? It sounded much different than normal. What is this level? 97, 210. Break it. Okay. Hold 210. Selling that. Dude, that sounds so different. Did they change their sound? What the hell? Buffett Pan sold the bottom. He sold last quarter. Yeah, so he sold last quarter, so he's probably a seller up in here. People can't sell yet. Maybe. We're up though, so they might have hope. They might be like, oh, maybe I'm not going to lose my ass. Hey, the 2 and 10 is not inverted anymore. Recession's over, guys. I'm now green on the day, at least, with that Apple trade. Good thing I sold a minute too early. That's only my second day trade of the day. Kamala saved us. Dude, imagine getting this Apple here with their Apple phone release. What is it, next month? I wish I was paying attention to Apple. That would have been an easy one as well. What's the high here? 211.12. 211.01. Let's see if we can like consolidate here for a real break. Top 10. JAGX issues shareholder letter. Company to explore approval pathway for one of their drugs in breast and lung cancer based on phase 3 results. Investor webcast August 13th. Or review Q2 earnings and further request on target trials clinically meaningful results. Interesting. Dear God. He's back! Let's go! Gosh, I got goosebumps. I want Jesus in chat right now. I want Jesus in chat. Let's not talk about that. And then you hit me with that thing. Holy jeez. All right, for serious knowledge while you're away. Yeah, it's been a shit show without cheese. Shut up, Salt Life, ban yourself. Long live the king. Yeah, you know things are freaking thick when Cheese interrupts his vacation to hop on and trade. Salt Life, get wrecked. Thank you, Cater. Oh man, look at CrowdStrike being green today, boys. That's something. He's not done with vacation. Slowly, he's still on vacation. He just interrupted it briefly. Trump labels Wall Street slump, Kamala crash. Oh, jeez. See, this is why I hate politics. Like, this shit has nothing to do with either anybody in any president for that matter, or vice president. Yeah, here we are. And you know what? It's because people are so stupid. You know, it could be flipped the other way around during a Republican presidential reign, and you get a market crash. Oh, it's the president's fault. Oh yeah, not really, probably ever, but everybody believes it. It's the Kamala crash. Yeah, because she's in charge of everything. This is why I hate politics, and people believe it. They'll be like, "Freaking A!" Now, can certain policies not help a situation? Sure, but they didn't cause today's crash. We should probably be blaming Japan. A person with a C will believe it. Cam? Probably. Right now, Cam is sitting in his closet, in his corner, whispering to himself, Biden's economy is trash. Short the stock market. Biden's economy is trash. Short the stock market. Japan's been selling U.S. treasuries. This is true. 1869. Watch this level here on CrowdStrike. Why is that sound so much different? You gonna break it? Hey, you did break it. And dude, that sound is so dicking with me right now. Hello. Can we not have a dollar spread? Oof. Nope. That MACD needs to flip. All right, I'm just gonna take it. Oh, good fill there on that last bill bit. Did I update it? No, I don't know. It wasn't the same. The sound like 2 hours ago. That's my. I don't know why it's different. Maybe just a restart. Maybe things are just a little wonky. All right. Are all the dip buyers done? Look at the volume declining here. Yeah, that's not really a good. Let's see where that next spike takes us. The last one took us up. Let's do it. Let's do it for real. Let's do it for real. There we go. That's better. Am I a full-time trader? Yeah, this is what I've been doing. Gosh. How many years now? 12 plus years? Full time? It's crazy.
Benzinga market update. S&P futures down 170. Dow futures down 1,015. NASDAQ down 640. Crude is down 71 cents now at $72.81. Natural gas down 3 cents at $1.93. Gold is down $39.50 at $24.30.50. Bitcoin futures down $96.80 at $53,265.
It sounds different. It sounds different. So clean up this watch list a little bit here. SGMO is not really doing too much.
UPXI share is popping to the highs now.
Intel still
Company
below
had
20.
An update earlier. Uniform Papa X-Ray India.
You got $50 as unfilled. Let's go, buddy. Only up $73 today. I'm really taking it slow. 405 is a 5-minute on MGOL.
Company announced an update on restructuring to reduce debt and increase working capital. That's Uniform Papa X-Ray India. Share is now just at the highs, up 62%.
Tesla failed to move up. Let's go test VWAP maybe. NVIDIA still right on the day. 5-minute cock. Let's see if this makes a higher low, or are we gonna make a lower low? We'll see.
That ticker UPXI, Uniform Papa X-Ray India. Sure, seeing continued heavy activity, new highs, UPXI.
Leave it to the penny stocks. SPY Head and Shoulders. Yeah, you're on the 1 minute, right? It does look a little ugly. CMGL 320. Your platform is lagging, homie. It's at $4. So anyway, a little reminder, if you weren't here at the open, I know things were a little crazy. This website is one that I'll be partnering with in the coming months here. Stonks.com. I'm telling you all because I want you guys to get some free money. I get zero monetary anything from you clicking that link and coming to this website. But what I do know is what they do every day, 5 days a week, I should say, is they do a free prediction game where if you guess right as the first place vote, you get $250. Second place, $150. Third place, $100. And then the top 100 gets some sort of payout. Could be $3, $2. I don't know the pay structure under that, but you can get something. And it can add up because you can predict more than one time a day. Just coming to the website, signing up, I think you get 5 free tickets. So you can do 5 predictions of the one thing, or you can spread it out through the weeks or whatever. One person last week hit the first and the third place of the same prediction. It was pretty crazy. Not our group, but someone did. I think, who was it? Was it Hilo that was our top winner last week on AMC on Friday? This is the first time I told everyone about it. Friday, I think he made $3. There was a bunch of everybody. A lot of other people got $1.50 or whatever. But it's free. Take advantage of it now. They're using this as an engagement thing. Instead of buying marketing, they will be buying marketing. I think they start that this week. But as far as getting people to come back to their website, this is the draw. That's the sell. To sign up, you have to put in a username, and I think you have to do a phone number. So if you're not comfortable putting in your phone number in as a whatever, you can use a Google phone number. You can just use a burner phone number. Some people are hesitant to do that, but they do it for ban reasons. You know, so if someone's acting up, you could ban someone attached to their phone number. Anyway, take advantage of it. The thing I like about it, I'm gonna mute Discord so I don't. So they want to make this a platform where it is obviously like a community, you know, trading, blah, 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 but it's also tool rich. Where I gotta remember where all this stuff is. Is it here? No. Is it here? Yes. Earnings calendar. This is like the one thing they got going on. This is alpha. But look at this. This is gorgeous. You want to know what's got earnings this week? Boom. Here you go. You want to know when they do it? Boom. During market hours, after close, PLTR. You click on it. Expected 0.8. Revenue. Boom. And then when it goes live, it'll update what it is. That's beautiful. In the future, they're going to have a button you just click, boom, you join the earnings call. It's going to be great. I love it. Do you have to go through a compliance department for using this website? No, not as a customer, no. Again, it's all alpha. This is all free right now. Previous earnings stuff, previous earnings call. And they told me some of the things that they want to do in the future. Again, it's all alpha right now. So they're just trying to get people to the website. Check it out. I'll be streaming on this platform as well. So it'll be YouTube, Twitch, Kick, stonks.com. It's from the makers of Streamlabs. The same guys that sold Streamlabs to Logitech. These guys created stonks.com. Check them out. Pretty cool. Lowly Henchman, 36 months. Let's go. I'm eating this spicy ass Chinese food that made me poop stones again. Good God. So yeah. Oh yeah. Back to it. Anyway, 1 second. I forgot to finish up. I have put in my prediction for Palantir. It is also, I believe, time sensitive. So say you're like going to wait, because predictions close at 4 o'clock, right? And it's whatever the price will be at 4:30. That's how they do it, right? So it gives a little time for the fluctuation or whatever. I believe it's time sensitive. So say there's a tie in price. The person that put their price in first has priority to first place or whatever. So there's a little strategy involved. You can bet early now, but also World War III could break out and, kind of have an influence on price. Or do you wait till later and nothing happens and, boom. And you can see what everybody's Wavy Bone putting three in here, 4 and 5 in. Geez. You can see what other people are. Boss, I see you. So, yeah. We'll have fun with this today. And you can also type in here if you want. We'll have fun with that today. How do they make money? Well, they don't right now. This is all investment money. This is their advertising spend. This is part of their advertising spend. They'll make money in the future based off of promotion and ads and all that stuff, but they're not there yet. They just want people to the website. They're going to have companies advertise directly onto their website, CEOs that will come on. They talked about a bunch of different ways that they plan on becoming profitable or making money. That's just going to take some time for sure. But while this is still, it literally takes 10 seconds to make a click and you have a chance to win $250 a day for free. Take advantage of it. PLTR, what are you doing? Speaking of, still hasn't gotten up to the Bollinger Bands. NVIDIA going for this 101 level. Keep an eye on it. Oh my gosh, Googly. Jeez. What is that link, Groovy? What are you making me click? What kind of feet pics are these that I'm about to click on? All right, we're back. This NVIDIA is looking good here, boys. For a move. Intel 5. Oh, look at that. Pushing 20 again. Still, though, the freaking story on Intel scares me, man. Add VX APL to your watch list. Jeez, I didn't even know that was a thing. Watch this 5-minute. We did a 5-minute cuck here. Not much, Apple. Yeah, I got that one. VX APL. What was the other one? Oh, Amazon. AZN. Wait. No. Not, why did I say Amazon? Apple. Is it Amazon? AZN versus VIX. Apple versus. Hey, good thing I can see it. Gotta love eTurd, man. Gotta love you, turd. Oh, do I have to put the dollar sign in front of it? Maybe that's it. Hey, there we go. All right. Bitcoin sub 50K. Where is it at now? Ways to go. $54K. Nice. Let me go back to that video. That was interesting. Oh, it's starting to break down. So failed move up, broke the diagonal. That sucks. Does this start a downtrend out of VWAP? Maybe. VIX, holy cow. We went from a high of 60, almost 66, to we're at 42 now. Which any other day would be like, holy shit, VIX 42. Now it almost feels like a relief. How crazy is that? All right, Watt didn't do anything. That's off the list. MGOL off the list. Microsoft, you hanging out? Doing all right? How'd I get 470 viewers? It's called a market crash. Hey, what do you mean? How do you say it like that's impossible? What earth-shattering event happened where SJ has 470 viewers? Where did SJ get the money to buy viewer bots? This is impossible. Who did I pay off? Because of feet. What's my non-financial advice for the future of the market? Well, if the yen is going to get stronger and the dollar is going to weaken because we're dropping rates, I think the stock market is going to rip. Just those two things. After we get through the initial, I mean, that's barring any kind of near-term recession. I don't know. That job rates or the unemployment rate jump has been what I've been looking for in shit hits the fan kind of thing. Because, everybody can pay their mortgage with these stupid interest rates at these stupid inflated prices until they start losing their job, right? People can make it work. They can finagle their way through this shit. But once you start losing your job, that's when things break. And we went from 3.8 to 3.9 to 4. Oh, 4 is just still historically low. 4.1, 4.3. Oh, we skipped 4.2. That's interesting. Time to freak out. Is it just a little blip on the radar? I don't know. Is it still historically low? Yes. Is it trending in the wrong way and speeding up? Yep. So I don't know where unemployment tops out at, but the trend is in the wrong direction right now. What value plays are you watching out for? I wouldn't say I'm looking for value. I mean, Intel might be a value play, but I still don't like the theme of Intel. But also, how much lower can it freaking go? Jeez. I bought funds that had heavily weighted NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, because I look forward in 10 years, those are the guys that are going to lead AI and or retail. They're the 3 best companies we have to offer. I'm buying quality right now. NVIDIA goes up, Intel doesn't. NVIDIA's down 7%, Intel's down 7%. What funds? Oh, geez. They were all Vanguard. I don't have them up right now. I couldn't tell you the names of them. The Vanguard has a bazillion different funds. It was just ones that had a low fee structure and heavily weighted those 3. If only there was a reward check I could get for his viewers. Shut your freaking face. MKG, Machine Gun Kelly? Off the list. What's Apple doing here? Apple's still consolidating. Oh, and by the way, on the stocks, once you get your profile up, you need to click up here because you can get, every day you log in, day 1, 2, 3, you get an extra prediction. So you can actually get 2 free ones a day, unless you make it to day 5, 6, 7. I don't know how you get 8 because there's 7 days in a week, or maybe this is month total. I don't know, but be sure to click in here and get those. What application was that? That's the stonks.com. Here's the link. I'll pin it. Robin cat scammers. That's funny. Norin Chukin concept will cause JP to print. If Japan others need cash, JP will give it to prevent sell-off. How far can they twist his arm? Fed futures say emergency cut incoming. What a flip. Knee jerks the pros are. Leverage will do that to the fools they are. Carry trade unwind. How long, Cheese? How long do you think that could take? Dude, in the same day, we got Nick and Cheese back. Coincidence? Don't think so. Maybe they're the same person. Just going to throw that out there. DXCM. All right, 170. Gonna be interesting up here. Just trying to push past it. You gonna do it first go? Intel breaking 20. Thousand X. Jeez, who's got 1000x leverage? Is that? Jeez. Tesla trying. What's Apple doing? Watch this Apple. A Korean Wonder has it. Think option. Jeez. So like 2008 is what basically you're saying. What are they leveraged on? What's the unwind this time? All right, I think QFI gave me a video that I want us to watch. I don't know what it is, but he recommended it, so I'm going to watch it. Where'd it go? There it is.
Hi everyone, Steve Place here, and today we're going to do a much more developed market primer because the past week we saw some catalysts, we saw some episodic pivots in some macro data that I think requires us to take a step back and look at some bigger picture stuff.
The volume okay?
This video is going to be a little bit longer. We're going to talk about some macro and some asset flow and things like that. So, you know, if you want to get through this a little bit faster, you should be able to increase the playback speed on whatever platform you're reading or watching this on. So this is the way I approach the markets, where it's not just about price action. It's not just about fundamentals. It is a combination of three things. You have underlying catalysts, you have the underlying liquidity of the stock, and then you have the narrative that's being pushed forth by various market participants, whether it be company leadership or if we're talking about macro, you know, certain elements of the people that control the narrative to dictate price action.
He's pretty low.
Those people will be involved as well. And this runs in multiple directions. So for example, a lot of people will see the price action from this past week and attempt to attach a narrative to it, when in fact much of the price action that we saw this week was just a function of positioning and a lot of bigger trades being unwound. But they're going to attach a narrative to the price action, and then that can become reflexive, and that can become self-fulfilling, and then go back and affect the liquidity of the stock or the market. Catalysts can be things like earnings or FDA events or big macro pivots, look like what we saw recently. So the first thing that we're going to look at is liquidity. I think this is the most important aspect of it right now. We do have macro concerns with respect to not just the US markets, but the Japanese markets as well. I think that the current price action that we're seeing has more to do with liquidity and positioning than it does to specific catalysts as it stands right now. Okay, those narratives might shift and change and cause
I've got family in Florida,
a different
and
liquidity
the amount of
structure in
rain
these
that they've
stocks. It
gotten
could
is-
see a
they've been saying is
widening of the
absolutely
bid-ask spread,
insane.
and just things get a little bit more volatile in tech stocks as well as the Japanese yen. So that's going to be something we'll discuss. But first off, we did have a period of lower liquidity in the market overall. There was smaller volumes. There's not going to be as much size on the bid-ask spread. We saw this one last push to the upside in some of the Mag 7 stocks. And so we are seeing a little bit of an unwind right here. This is a chart of the S&P. The NASDAQ looks a little bit worse because it is going to be more tech heavy. The S&P was holding up well due to rotational dynamics with respect to banks and healthcare and industrials. So that helped buoy the S&P on its own, while the NASDAQ got absolutely obliterated due to a lot of the other trades unwinding. So we had the stage already set.
Jeez,
for
you've been
larger
gone for
price
2
movements
months.
simply because there wasn't that much liquidity to
Botrix
absorb new
is
volatility. All right, there's
is the
always
bot
going to
that
be a
allows me to have
relationship
all
between
my
the
channels
volatility of
on
the
one
underlying
chat.
asset and the liquidity.
I turned
If
on the
there's no
level
bid,
feature.
then
The more you
volatility goes
talk, the
crazy,
more you level
right?
up.
If there's a very large
That's all it
bid, then
is.
volatility starts to go down. All right, so that's what we're looking for there. The next thing is that we did see a Mag 7 unwind. So this chart
Ron,
shows
let's
us
go 6
the
months, buddy.
relationship between the NASDAQ 100, which is market cap weighted, and then QQEW, which is an equal weight NASDAQ 100. So each component, 100
other channels?
components, are going
YouTube
to
and
have an
Kick.
equal weighting. And what we saw over the past few months, and basically the half of the year, is that the returns in the market were not well distributed. They were
Mamba
things
trade.
like
Let's
Nvidia,
go.
Apple,
What's going on, buddy?
Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, and whatever the seventh stock that I always forget. There's one more in there that I always neglect to mention, but there was an unwind that took place. And this matters because we started to see the correlation trade unwind. So one of the bigger trades that was going on was a dispersion trade, where
Fidelity
What's the best way to put this?
spokesperson says the
Let's talk about
customers'
the opposite
intermittent issues have been resolved.
first. When markets are very volatile, everything moves on the same giant macro conveyor belt. If you think about very stressful times in the market, March 2020, DECE 18, the fiscal cliff, the taper tantrum, the great financial crisis, Apple and Amazon are going to move in lockstep. There's not going to be a whole lot of separation between them because everyone's focused on index flows and much larger movement, which is derived from that increase in volatility. So when the market's quiet, Apple moves up a little bit, maybe Amazon moves down a little bit. You have Meta that has good earnings and then they gap up. And then you just get these things that aren't very correlated, and the market overall, the index on its own, gets quiet. And so there's an institutional trade called dispersion, which I'm not even going to try and explain too hard, but it's basically trading the volatility of these individual components against the volatility of the index. And the idea is, as long as the returns have a different dispersion than the returns of the market, then you're going to get an edge. So that got blown out. Correlations started to significantly increase, and then the dispersion trade saw a big unwind. So if you had a lot of
Watch the
people
next 5 minute
who
on Apple.
were selling a bunch of index vol
Tight
and then
inside
buying
candle
individual
inside this
component
wedge.
vol, if everything goes to one, then the hedges that you have on the component volatility are not enough to absorb the
not give
losses
us
from the
the 5
index
minute.
vol. I'm pretty sure I got that right. It's not a trade I do, it's just an institutional trade, but there was a lot of size attached to it. We did also see a rotational market where, and this was before everything got really blown out at the second half
Boeing
of the
Senior
year,
Vice
where,
President
the
of Quality
Russell 2000
Elizabeth Lund to
index-
testify at the NTSB hearing on Max 9 emergency. That's according to the board.
Wait, what?
That's ticker BA, Bravo Alpha.
after that Fed cut, saw a very large rally while the NASDAQ started to see a pullback. All right. And there's been this anticipatory rotational idea that's been underneath the surface for a while. And we did start to see it play out where large cap tech started to get hit, but then the banks rallied really hard and the small cap stocks rallied really hard and healthcare stocks started to see capital flow. Because when NVIDIA is a $3 trillion stock, you know, if it pulls back, that's going to be $300 billion of capital. Now, some of that's just paper money. It doesn't actually exist, but you know, some of that money does come out of NVIDIA and it needs other places to
I gotta
park
learn how to
it.
read this thing.
All right. And we started to see that play come out, and then everything started to unwind all at the same time. We've also got an AI trade that started to unwind significantly. So NVIDIA saw a decent correction. The semiconductor sector started to see a decent correction. There was, and there still is, structural risk with respect to NVIDIA and its weighting in a handful of indices. So XLK, which is the Spider Tech ETF, currently has a 20% weighting in NVIDIA, which means 20% of the price movement in that index is going to be tied to a single stock. So that represents a little bit of risk because you can end up with convexity where, let's just say you've got long NVIDIA and then NVIDIA goes down, but then you've got the people who are long XLK and then they start to sell their shares in a panic. And then the ETF custodians have to go out and sell NVIDIA on the market and it causes negative cascade. I don't think that's going to be a huge deal. But it could end up being a deal
Missed
where
that
the
trade.
ETF component
Played it,
risk
had it written out
becomes a
perfectly.
convexity risk in the market.
Was hoping for one pullback
You
right
also
there. And didn't get it.
had short volatility get blown out of the water. And this is going to be, there was just way too much size in this. You had, you know, on the institutional side, variance swaps, you've got short VIX, short VXX,
like
short
it's in
puts on the
stereo.
index. There was
All right,
a
5
pretty
minute
decent
cock
trade where
on NVIDIA
funds
fighting
were
with 100.
getting leveraged exposure to the treasury market and using some of that cash to sell equity volatility. And the trade did exceptionally well for the first half of the year, got too crowded, and now we're seeing an unwind. The magnitude of the volatility expansion that we saw in the options market on Friday gives me a little bit of concern. All right, and that's the biggest short-term risk where because we've seen a continued concentration of liquidity into 7 stocks and a continued concentration of liquidity into the options of those 7 stocks. And then you think about the 0 DTE options on the S&P, way too much size in the VXX, and you get an instance where the derivatives market dictates the movement of the underlying index. And that's been a thing for a couple years, but every once in a while it gets a little too far over its skis and then the whole thing breaks. February 2018 was a great example. You were long XIV, which was an exchange traded note that was a net short volatility product, and then the volatility markets blew out. That trade got vaporized and it caused a massive run
Come on,
in
get over this 110.
volatility products,
There you
which
keep
bled
going.
over
Hold
into
100
a
and let's
sell-off in
move.
the S&P 500.
Apple's going high
And it was
today.
to the
Go
point
with
where
it.
There wasn't enough liquidity in the S&P 500 market relative to the derivatives market, and the whole thing got blown out of the water. All right, so that's the short-term risk right now. If there are players who are stuck still over the weekend short a bunch of volatility on the wrong assets, if they
just
are
to lock it
forced
in.
to cover, then it can still bleed over into index vol. I'm going to go look at some live charts for a second because I do want to show you this. So if you look at the S&P market and you look at how the stock or the index traded on Thursday, and it was just this grind to the downside. There really wasn't a whole lot of, it wasn't a collapse.
Like
We didn't see a bunch of negative tick readings. There wasn't a whole lot of aggressive selling. It was just this slow bleed lower. And that's because it was driven by option flows where the VIX, okay, and its related products really started to get hit right here. Okay, where it just, you saw this continued grind. So it felt like that there was a forced cover going on. So people were buying back their puts, they were buying back their short volatility exposure, and it bled over into index volatility. And then on Friday, the VIX gets blown out of the market. This is VXX, but you can also look at spot VIX if you wanted, and if you wanted to look at short-term stuff, you look at the 9-day VIX.
There you
and
go.
It ran from 22 to 32 during the first session. So that that indicates to me that there is someone that got stuck in a short volatility trade.
This is very
Right? If
little
you've traded GameStop,
small wins here.
You saw what happened.
I don't have
on
a
the
cushion on the
upside,
day yet,
where
so I can't go
too many
bigger.
people were short calls, and GameStop continued to rally because dealers were first.
So here's that
buy back some of their
volume
directional
diagonal I drew.
Let's look at ANGO, Alpha November Golf, Oscar. So they're seeing
that
an
on
increase of
Friday
activity.
in indices
Note circulations,
as well
a new
as,
Zacks long idea,
broad
under
tech,
$10 pick,
okay?
ANGO.
So I think that's all of the individual liquidity components. Oh, we got this one. I forgot about this. This is the spooky macro trade for me. And this is the Australian dollar relative to the yen. And the sell-off that it has seen over the past 2 weeks gives me great concern about global contagion. That call is very early, and I could be completely wrong on it, okay? Because the economic outcomes of something like this don't happen right after the financial market sees a move. There is a delay, right? So housing crashed in 2008. Housing didn't actually bottom until 2011 because that's how illiquid those assets are. So this could have significant second and third order knock-on effects, maybe not tomorrow, but 6 months from now. So the Australian dollar yen cross is what's known as the carry trade. And you could borrow out of the Japanese yen at a very low interest rate, and then you can lend to in Australian dollar terms at a much higher interest rate. And so you can actually express this view in the foreign exchange market. You don't even have to lend it out. You just trade the currency pair and you get a little bit of action on the upside. So this is a longer term chart. I'm just going to go to a monthly chart, because the last time I saw this really get truck sticked was 2008. This was one of the major trades that unwound. For those of you that remember, back in 2007, you had the China story, you had PetroChina, PTR, which had a larger market capitalization than ExxonMobil, and so that got big news. China was going to eat our lunch. You had
I'll link them when it's over.
amount of
I don't want to
cranes
pull it
and
down.
construction in China. You had all this concrete being bought, and you had oil going to $140 a barrel. And Australia was a very good place because they have a lot of commodity exposure. And you had this carry trade that was doing exceptionally well, and then the whole thing broke. And this did not help the liquidity crisis that we saw in 2008. So this is one of the major macro concerns that I have right now. If this sucker really starts to unwind, it's going to get ugly. This is not ugly right now, okay? This is just, this is basically normal for what the foreign currency market tends to do, all right? And this was
Let me look up, what's that pair doing now?
And we'll get to the catalyst section in a second, but this was related to the Bank of Japan hiking rates, okay? If it's still around, and I don't think it is anymore, there used to be an ETF, there used to be a carry trade ETF that, it was DBV.
His picture's showing like 97. It's at 92.
All right.
Went as low as 90.
Curve carry strategy. This might be one. So CCRV may be a good proxy for the carry trade. We'll see. Okay. I go back to my slides because I get a little too distracted. In terms of catalysts, we had the Bank of Japan doing a hike. This is directly related to the yen being entirely too weak. And a lot of people were going to Japan because tourism is cheap. You can get a burger for $3.
She doesn't stream anymore. She doesn't even. I don't think she trades anymore.
Has really swung to the other side. I think there's a lot of stuck money there. You also saw there's a really good Japanese ETF that's currency hedged that really shows the destruction here, and it's DXJ. And this is a Japan hedged equity ETF fund. And it has been one of the best performing overseas markets that I've ever seen, because it's a combination of investing in Japanese equities as well as hedging off yen exposure. And, you know, back from the lows in 2020 to here, it rallied 119%.
Now we're yen
caught a couple dividends as well, which is nice. But the whole thing has retraced all the way back to February of 2024. So there's probably going to be some stuck capital in this particular trade as well. Some other catalysts. Bad jobs data came out.
Let's go now, team.
SAHM, basically saying, hey, if happens with respect to the rate of change in unemployment, that could be an early recession indicator. All right, so we saw unemployment go up. That wasn't a good sign. Private jobs data has continued to deteriorate as well. And there's been this back and forth with respect to whether the Fed should cut or not. And that's just been a discussion that people have been having for, 2 years now. We were expecting rate cuts back in early 2023. If you go back and you look at the futures market and what was being priced in, and it just kept being pushed out because inflation continued to be steadily higher. Okay, and the Fed didn't want to run the risk after looking like a complete idiot saying the inflation was transitory in 2021. They're now really trying to get a handle on inflation because they don't want to look like idiots again. The problem here is that they could still look like idiots because the policy decisions that they made 6 months ago may not show up in the economic data until now. And that even if they want to change
PW
policy,
hitting the scanners
the cart has already, the horse has already left the barn, cart before the horse. One of those. Basically, they can't do much anymore because if they wanted to make a decision and we start to see convexity, negative convexity in the economy, that decision should have been made 6 months ago. All right. Right now, that argument has flipped.
No,
and
I
we'll
don't think
show some
emergency
markets
cuts
in a
will make
second,
them
but
instant
that is
idiots
still a
because they'll
very
say
tenuous idea. So don't
because
get
of
completely
outside
sold on
factors,
the idea
unforeseen
that
outside
the
factors,
Fed
not our
should have
fault.
cut. We don't have enough.
Everything
data
was going
for it
fine
just
until
yet,
Japan.
And trying to trade based off
Let's
of
blame
a
Japan.
recession that could hit 9 months from now.
They just have a reason
will
now.
not give you the best kind of expectancy. All right. So you just got to make sure that your trading matches your time frame. You can be concerned about this stuff, but liquidity matters the most. All right. So the bad jobs data came out and all of a sudden the Fed expectations shifted. All right, so the Fed on the 31st of July said we're not going to cut rates this time, but we're probably going to cut soon. Now, the way the Fed works is that they make these decisions and it's usually about once a month. They'll take a break every once in a while, and August is one of those times. They're going to go screw around at Jackson Hole or whatever, and that means there's a very long period with respect to rate decisions. And so it's not a coincidence that the market's starting to throw a temper tantrum when the Fed is not going to convene in August. So now the Fed fund futures market is currently pricing in a 50 basis point rate cut. You know, on Monday, it was pricing in a 25% or 25 point basis cut.
Looney brought this to my attention last week.
There we go. And
Credit
so
to
there's
Looney.
been a shift in the
Like
perceptions
we were like
of what
50
the Fed is
basis
going to have
point.
to do.
What the hell?
Now, the issue here is if the Fed has an interest rate policy that happens between now and the September meeting, it's going to be an intermeeting rate cut. And
Shares of
scare me
10x
because
Keen
it tells me the
acquisition
Fed
halted
is
on a
losing
circuit breaker.
Control of the
Currently
narrative.
up
And that can lead to
49.47%.
changes
That's
in the
ticker
liquidity of the
TENK.
markets. All right. We're just talking about perception and reflexivity here. All right. So if the Fed ends up losing narrative control and they get stuck on the back foot, that's not going to be good for with respect to what we think their policies are going to be in the next 6 months. And if you have a wide
Watch the spy
dispersion
here,
of
trying to
expected
break out.
Fed policies, then you can end up with more volatility in rates, in FX, in
ZVRA.
equity, and all these things. So it leads to more volatility until you get more clarity. Very good example of when that happened was December of 2018.
A report earlier
where
on
they hiked
10x Keen acquisition, ticker TENK. Citrus Pharmaceuticals announces 10x Keen shareholder approval of merger with Citius Oncology.
rates, and things got really weird in the market, and they were forced to make updates on Christmas Eve 2018, which signaled that they had lost narrative control. All right, so that's that
Christmas
actually
Eve.
marked the bottom of the market because they introduced more clarity and a little bit of quantitative easing on the side, which helped soothe the credit markets as well as equity volatility, which caused a strong bounce. Okay, so that's why we're looking at the Fed. It's not about whether the interest rates are going to be good or bad for the economy. It's whether or not they're going to be able to control the narrative over the next 6 months, especially headed into an election and deteriorating economic data. This is the Fed Fund Futures market. This is ZQ, December ZQ futures. So you can see that strong liftoff. The last time we had this kind of move, it was pretty close to marking the bottom in stocks. All right. So that last push higher right here, and that was the end of 2022, I believe. that was the bottom for the market. So if the market overshoots and starts to expect too many rate cuts because the economic data is obviously getting worse, sometimes that's just the market being an idiot and can often be a contrarian indicator saying, hey, you know what, at least an intermediate term bottom is in. Okay, so that's why we want to watch that. We also had some tech earnings. This is an example. I'm pretty sure this is not December ZQ futures. This is Amazon. Amazon saw a decent gap down on earnings on Friday, which didn't help things. Apple had good earnings, so it rallied, and that helped buoy the market. If Apple had had terrible earnings and gapped down on Friday, we would be in a lot worse shape because that volatility unwind would have really taken place. All right. If Apple didn't have earnings and saw a move higher with a compression and volatility, which bled over into a drop in vol in NASDAQ options, then it could have gotten a lot worse. All right. So thanks, Apple. I'm pretty sure they had earnings, right? Hopefully I'm not overstepping right here. When was their actual earnings event? Yeah, it was on Thursday after, and if it had been bad and Apple had finished down at about 208, I mean, you can figure out where the NASDAQ would have bottomed out, but it would have been pretty gnarly. Okay. This one's kind of funny. This shows us the traffic on a Friday night at all the gay bars in DC, and they were all less busy than usual.
What? What is this kind of indicator? I like this guy. I like this guy. So, gay dudes are indicator of shit hitting the fan? Pun not intended! Damn it! I didn't mean it like that. For crying out loud. Okay.
All right. This is very similar to looking at when they deliver pizza to the Pentagon, because if you're delivering pizza to the Pentagon, it means there's a bunch of people there on a Friday night and that things are about to get weird. So if all the gay bars in DC are emptied out, that means the Pentagon, State Department, and the White House are completely staffed up because they're now concerned about geopolitical tensions.
I'm dead. He just called every staffer in DC gay. I'm freaking dead. Wait, I gotta hear this whole segment again. This is too much gold here.
Okay. This one's kind of funny. This shows us the traffic on a Friday night at all the gay bars in DC, and they were all less busy than usual. All right. This is very similar to looking at when they deliver pizza to the Pentagon, because if you're delivering pizza to the Pentagon, it means there's a bunch of people there on a Friday night and that things are about to get weird. So if all the gay bars in DC are emptied out, that means the Pentagon, State Department, and the White House are completely staffed up because they're now concerned about geopolitical tensions. Right. So you've got Israel, Lebanon, Hamas, you've got Iran in play. So that whole mess is still there.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
But we aren't seeing a response commensurate with geopolitical tensions in the crude oil markets. Okay. And so that might not be an issue, but it's one of those exogenous events that you just got to keep an eye out for.
Pretty interesting,
does not
though.
necessarily mean down markets. When the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, that was the absolute bottom in the
This is
market,
actually
right?
an accurate historical indicator. As
When
funny
the
as it
bullets
is.
fly, you got to buy.
It looks like
right?
it.
So that doesn't mean downside in the markets. All right. So
That is so
Pat,
freaking
consideration.
funny.
This is not me trying to make any kind of predictions. This is just about applying a framework, and then we can look for the nature of price action as it responds to certain narratives and certain catalyst events. So
You know it's hitting the fan when we're measuring gay dudes at gay bars. And there's charts for that. Holy golly.
near-term risk in the market is whether or not we're going to see equity volatility completely blow out. All right, and that's the big
Damn
one.
it.
All right,
Yes, I'm
so
measuring.
if
You
we
are
look
me.
at VXX, for example, which finished near the highs on Friday.
There you go, cheese.
If this continues to go higher, that's not going to be a good sign. Okay, and it's that simple. So ideally what you want to see is you want to see a new lower low in equities followed by a lower high in volatility. It means that the bloodletting in the options market is done, and if there isn't any more demand to buy back that volatility, then it no longer bleeds over into downside prices in equities. So we did see a small version of that on the open on Friday as we reached the European close. All right, there was a little bit of a shakeout in the markets with a new marginal low, but we did not see a new marginal high in the VXX, which was a decent bottoming play. So that's one to watch. If this thing really starts to get blown out, and we'll know on Sunday night if volatility futures go up a lot, then you probably want to buckle up and you want to look for some collapse kind of ideas. All right, and that doesn't mean the whole market's going to fall apart. It just means that option flows are going to dictate what's going to happen. So if you go back and look at February 2018,
this is what happened
right here. This is the risk. All right. I don't think we have the same kind of environment as 2018, but if derivative flows get too one-sided and there isn't enough liquidity on the bid in equities to absorb it, then it just starts continuing lower until you get a snowball of suck. Okay. So as long as that doesn't happen, the market will probably find some footing. The broad markets did find some decent levels of support on Friday. That doesn't mean the absolute bottom is in. Let's just go back here. There we go. Let's swing it up. All right. So this is the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ did come in, for example, it just retraced to this recent high. So it could be a bottom, but there's also some juicy levels just underneath, and that would be what the market likes to do, where you get that first bounce, everyone feels like a genius, and then you run those stops, and then that round gets blown out, and then we'll collect some bigger levels right there. So that's the short-term stuff. You also want to look for where the bounces could be on those 7 stocks, the Apple, Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, and whoever I'm forgetting. And then you want to look at XLF, which did see some very nice support hold. There was a lovely support hold on Friday in XLF up against some big levels. And then you want to look at XLV as well, which is healthcare, which is exhibiting a massive amount of relative strength. And there may be some better plays there. Eli Lilly is probably going to be a decent dip buy candidate up against these levels. Like that's a pretty straightforward play. So if Mag 7, if those large cap tech stocks can manage to hold, and maybe the semiconductors start to find some support, maybe up against this swing AVWAP from October, that's going to come into play, then you might have a bounce. All right. That doesn't mean it's going to be the absolute bottom in the market. We could see a very high volatility, high reversion market based off of headlines and macro flows. So you just have to be a little bit more of an aggressive trader. Do not get super aggressive on short volatility. You don't have to short vol just because the VIX is up. Ask me how I know. All right. I've had some bad experiences thinking, oh, I should sell this fat volatility when it's a terrible idea. The intermediate term stuff. Are there going to be some second order effects from that carry trade unwind? All right. Are there going to be some stuck institutions that are going to try and unwind their position further, which bleeds over into other assets that I care a little bit more about, like US stocks? How much movement are we going to see in the Fed curve? All right. So as economic data comes out, are we going to start seeing convexity where negative economic consequences are really starting to accelerate and the Fed's going to be forced to lose narrative control and pivot much more aggressively and faster than what was expected? Or is this just people throwing a tantrum and it's just 100% positioning with respect to that short vol dispersion trade and the carry trade? Right? If those things unwind and the overall market's fine, then it should be good, and you'll see something a little bit better. The next thing, and I think this is really important, is if the Mag 7 trade is done for now, is the rotational dynamic going to continue to take hold? So are those large cap banks going to hold up? Are the regional banks going to hold up? Are we going to see a continued move back into industrials or other pockets of the market that have seen persistent underinvestment? That if institutions are like, okay, I'm done playing with you, NVIDIA, let's go find something else, Or you have other asset managers that are like, thank God I didn't play NVIDIA. Now maybe I can start playing some of the other parts of the market and try and outperform into the end of the year. That's how you can get a different kind of move in the market that a lot of people aren't going to be expecting. Okay, a rotational bear market's very possible right now, where because of how top loaded the indices are, 50% of the weighting in the NASDAQ 100 is those 6 or 7 stocks. Well, those can pull back and a lot of other stuff can move higher, and the overall market, the index, will just kind of look okay. It'll just be range bound. And for those, who are just blind passive investors, they're not going to feel as good as they did in the first half of the year because it's now a trader's market, right? Which is, I'm biased. I'm hoping for that. I want to see that kind of price action. Long-term stuff, and I try to keep my blinders on. I don't want to think about this stuff too much because I don't want to let it affect my trading because that's beyond my time frame. I have a high amount of time available to trade, and I don't have liquidity problems like a $10 billion fund. So I can get in and out pretty quickly, and it's not a big deal. So long-term stuff, was the Fed too late, right? That's going to be a big risk. If we start to see an acceleration in some of the bad economic data, that's not going to be a good sign for them. If you look at the other instances in which the Fed has cut, we had the tech wreck in 2018, and we had the great financial crisis, and we had the tech crash in 2001. That's basically it. I mean, you can look at it. It's just, go take a look at the monthly Fed funds rate and look at the other instances in which we've seen cuts. And we haven't seen a lot of them, right? September 2000 was the first cut, right? July 2007 was the first cut. And then the tech wreck was June 2019. And if COVID hadn't happened with a ton of stimulus, both monetary and fiscal across the board, we probably would have hit a recession then too, because we were starting to see some spooky things. But a pandemic changes the math a lot. So that's going to be an issue. And monitoring debt contagion. So if junk credit starts to really blow out and we start to see credit spreads really widen out, the Fed's going to monitor that much more aggressively than they are like looking at just the NASDAQ, right? Their concern is going to be credit markets. When does the yield curve uninversion matter? So we did see the 230, so the 2-year and the 30-year yield curve go positive. All right, so it inverted and it's now coming out of that inversion. And 6 to 9 months later, there might be a recession. It doesn't mean a recession is going to hit right now, but heck, 9 months down the road, it could get a little bit weird. Another one to watch is to monitor Sunbelt housing. So Sunbelt's going to be things like Florida. It's going to be things like Arizona. So
housing in Florida is ass right now.
Total housing inventory in the U.S. And this is the golden handcuffs theme. All right. So this is a big issue for real estate. A lot of folks have been locked into their mortgages because interest rates are at 5%, which means mortgages are at 8%. And so if you own a mortgage at 3%, you have zero incentive to sell. If there's not enough supply, prices go up. You've had home builders putting in new units and things like this, but it represents a short squeeze in housing. It's very similar to what you see in the stock market, right? You have people locked up into their asset and they can't sell because of rates. If rates go down,
ticker ALSN, Alpha Lima, Sandy November.
So this
Allison Transmission sees increased adoption of fully automatic transmissions in Australia amid driver shortage. Growth driven by medium duty and light heavy duty truck sectors in freight and construction industries.
Active listing count in the United States, all right? And back before COVID, the high was 1.4 million, the low was 1 million. All right, we haven't cracked 1 million active listings in 4 years. All right, the market, the housing market has yet to normalize, and we don't know what's going to happen when it does. And so if the Fed starts being a little bit panicky and acting like idiots with rates, all of a sudden, people who are like, God, I wish I could get out of my house, and then the Fed does a 50 basis point cut and then another quarter cut, then they're going to be incentivized to try and sell their houses. You get enough of those people and all of a sudden housing prices go down, right? And then that becomes another kind of second or third order risk. Now, if you look at Florida housing inventory, then it's going to show a different picture because Florida had a lot of people move here. They realized it was too hot and there's too many mosquitoes and things like that. And the housing inventory for Florida is back above COVID levels. So we need to see how Florida real estate does with the introduction of all this supply. If it absorbs it very well, then that's going to be good. If it really starts to nose over prices in Florida, then that could be a signal of what happens in the future. All right. And that's just some longer term stuff you got to kind of worry about, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay. So that wraps it up. We've gone through all the liquidity characteristics that were driving this sell-off. We looked at the catalysts that may not have been the liquidity issue, but we're going to see those catalysts dictate the narrative, which dictates the liquidity structure in the markets. So think about, all right, and this requires some thought on your part. Where do you want to buy the market? Where do you think the market could head to off of certain conditions with respect to how volatility responds next week? What do you think is going to happen to the structure of the market as we start
Trigger
to
SAVA,
get,
Cindy Alpha, Victor Alpha, sure seeing a spike in activity, new highs, Cassava
the
Sciences.
Treasury market, you know, you look at the 10-year note starting to spike higher. So there's just some things here that are going to make it exciting. It's going to make it volatile, and hopefully it will make it profitable. So that's my prep for this weekend with respect to the big picture stuff, and I'll go down and I'll start looking for timing ideas there. But I hope you get a lot out of this. I know this is a lot to cover.
I'll link
but
the
there
Twitter,
was a lot to cover in
the Q if I
markets this week.
gave in just a second. Once it's
Let me know
done.
if you like this, and I'll see if I can make another one later. Take care.
Okay, done. All right, let me get the link. His name is Steve Plass. Good God. Steve Place? INDO moving some more. High day. Boring ass stream. I'm so sorry. What would do it for you? What would get your nipples perky, Steezy? What would get your nipples tickling? You know what I mean? I'm here to entertain, obviously. I need to know. You have some good ideas? Is it the feet? Do you want the feet? Tell me you want the feet. It's your reward to spice up. Shut up, Hilo. He wants the nip. Watch Oxy. Nice break. Steezy Inc. is very quiet. Sorry, I couldn't entertain you harder. Open trades and do TikTok dances. Speaking of, I need to stream on TikTok, otherwise I'm going to lose my key. Got to figure that out today. Why is Cheese here? Listen, if Cheese didn't show up today, something happened to cheese. Freaking market opened down. What was it? What was the low that we had? %4 open. Jeez. That's crazy. The VIX was over 60. What was the high we got on the VIX? 60, almost 66. Yeah, if cheese didn't show up for that. Over 50s has only happened 2 times in the last 20 years. For those of you that weren't here this morning, we talked about the VIX. Let me pull it up. Today's move on the VIX. The high was 60, 65, what is it? 73. Okay. Usually when we get these like corrections, pullbacks, whatever, you'll get up to like the 50 range. Like if I can zoom out. Nope, can't zoom out more. That's weird. Let me go to a week. All right, and I can see it all. This is 20 years of the VIX. Oh, no, it actually went back further. What the hell? Cool. So the last print was 1990. What is the dinosaur? This is the very beginning. Huh. Cool, I've never seen that before. Anyway, when you get into like the 50 range, that's usually the top or the bottom of the volatility. This is the top of the volatility, right? Boom, 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 right? Everything else gets like 30s, 40s. But the tops are like the 50 area. The only 2 times it's been over that level was 2008 and COVID. And those got up into the 80s. Today we got up to 65, it's called 66. That's like, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. This is certainly not a pattern. It's a, it's a coincidence being 2 up here. But I think even more importantly is volatility coming back under that 50 level. If it holds there, that's something, right? I'm still long 70K in a 3x small cap index. Let's go. Jeez. What do we call this event in a year? I have no idea. What was the trigger? Maybe Japan. It probably started with job numbers and then complicated by Japan. That's my guess. And now after the movement has happened, you're going to see everybody start attaching, like the guy was saying, attaching headlines to the move. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's kind of how I view it. So now we're going to see, oh, when, Iran Hamas attack Israel today, tomorrow, whenever that happens, it's going to be like, oh, the market, see what the market did. Didn't like that. When in all reality, the market probably didn't care. What happened in Japan? They decided to raise rates. So you have a yen getting stronger, dollar getting weaker because we're cutting rates, right? So you got that going on, which probably is going to do our stock market well after everybody's done freaking out. Beta Chuck saying Airbus delivery numbers are out. Golly, Boeing hit 160. Watch PA. Yeah, I just heard Beta Chuck talk about it. Does that guy have any other videos? Golly, he was good. It's rare when you get someone that really knows what they're talking about. We're green. We're light green right now. I haven't taken too many trades. It's been a little nutty. Just being extra patient today, obviously. So, market is still down 2.5%. I've got this one trade open. This is more of a swing. We might see more craziness. I feel like we're going to get a bounce date, though, tomorrow maybe. What's the current value of 200 trillion of negative yielding debt? Who's got that? Oh my gosh. When you put it that way, Cheese. Is he good, or do we just like the gay pizza bar? No, we were saying he was good before the gay pizza bar. That just put it over the top. I want to know where he got that website data from, though, because I need to give them a follow too. If you're willing to monitor the I was going to say ins and outs of gay pizza bar, but that would have been something. When you're monitoring the activities of gay bars around Washington, D.C., your analytics is next level. Where was that at? There it is. What website is that he was using? He didn't show it. Shut up, Sleazy. God, that was loud. It's just Google Maps. It's not, is it? Is it really? So he did his own research for that? All right. See, I don't want to have to Google this because then I'm going to get all these gay ads. Let me do it in incognito. All right, let's see. The Little Gay Pub. Washington, D.C. Maps. I don't get where you can see recent activity. Type in any restaurant, it will show you how many people are there compared to the average. It just shows me popular times. I don't see anything else, though. See? It just shows me the popular times. It doesn't show me historical data. Am I looking in the wrong place? So he got the screenshot from that. Now he's got dates attached to it. Oh, they are close. You can't see how people are. So this gets changed when they're open. Let me try something else. TGI Fridays, Washington, D.C. Permanently closed. What the hell? It's currently closed, so it won't consider how many people are there currently. How does it know how many people are there currently? That just off of. Are they getting it from the phone data? Like locating where people are? It's kind of weird. Jeez. I didn't know where the traffic data comes from. It just dawned on me. Chicka bow wow. You know how your phone always is always on. People have been saying for 10 years how everything you do is tracked. Well, I get that. I understand that. But I didn't think that they freaking did it like live. Like, what if you were some crazy dude, right? And like, I can understand traffic because people have their, GPS on. But if they're tracking you because you have your Wi-Fi on and they can find where you are there, or just your cell service, I guess. What if someone's crazy and he's like, let's see who I'm going to hit tonight. What place am I going to be an idiot at? Let's go look at the traffic data from Google. Oh, that place isn't popular. That place isn't popular. Oh, this one is. Okay, let me go be crazy there. That's a little scary. I have access to that data. Shows visits for any location in the U.S. Jeez. INDO 5-minute worked good. Worked real good, actually. Let's see what it does at high day here. An 80 hold. I might try it. $40. 20 phones on a shortcut road to mess up traffic. I need that link. I need to see that. That sounds funny as hell. PW hitting the scanners again. High day. What are we going to do with this? We rip through it or we reject? Everybody's looking at it. We didn't even tap it. We hit 84.99. Second attempt. Nope. 80 hold. Nope. Oh, now it holds. You piece of junk. If you go now. It's 84 now. I love me some INDO, so certainly willing to try this sucker. Okay. Over 85 is a big level. Can it hold it? Yep. % stake. IMNN. Did I just exit my other trade for this? I shouldn't have exited. Oh well. Phone vid on street. I see. This is brilliant. Okay. INDL going for it. Like, you can't. Look at the traffic it's creating. You would think that the program would see that there's cars stacked on top of each other, cars stacked on top of each other. Look at the freaking bridge. It's completely red. This is kind of scary, though. Oh, man. Dude, straight red. Have those phones place it. Yeah, just pay someone to walk around the block of your competition. Or no, better yet, if you're trying to drive traffic to your place, have that guy walk on the streets that people will avoid that will bring traffic to your area. Holy hell. What a life hack. I'm sure they fixed that by now, huh? How old's that video? 4 years old. I'm sure they have better algorithms now. What is he doing? He's influencing Google Maps traffic with a wagon of phones. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm sure they've made it better since then. One minute cock, not really doing much. So we don't have any Momo right now, man. $93 break. 92's holding up. Here comes the break. Yep, there it is. It's respecting this Bollinger Band right now. Small win, $25. Biddy chooching along, Apple chooching along. Just, I know we have a lot of new people here, but just a reminder, stonks.com, I will be streaming on this in the future. It will be another place I restream to. They've asked me to do it. I said yes. They said, cool, we're going to give you 100% sub money for doing it as a founder. I said, cool, thank you. But not only that, it's a cool website. Check them out. Here's a link for it. Just to prove that I'm doing my part. I'm supposed to promote that link, so I will. I don't promote shit. This is cool stuff. And right now, they're running promotions for people to come back to their website every day. The main promotion right now is what you're seeing, is the prediction once a day on an earnings play. Today, it's Palantir Technology. What you do is you come down here, you click this button, you make a prediction of what you think the price is going to be at 4:30. So predictions end at 4 o'clock. ER comes out. Price moves around. Where do you think the price will be at 4:30? I bet $25.54. That was my guess. First place wins $250. Second place, $150. Third place, $100. And then you get paid all the way to the top 100. And the cool thing is you can have multiple, you can guess multiple times with the same entry. So say you have 5, so you can go, you can get extra ones by coming back every day, get extra tickets. This is our way to get traffic to the website. This is an alpha stage. It is brand spanking new. It's from the creators of Streamlabs. And they want it to be a mecca for traders to come, have a bunch of resources at their hands. And right now, it's pretty cool. The main thing I like, and the only thing they really have running right now, is their earnings calculator. And you can kind of see, play the game right here, the prediction game on Palantir. But it's got so many things for earnings right here at our fingertips. The expected earnings per share and revenue. And then as soon as it gets reported, it'll populate here. So you don't have to go looking all over God's green earth trying to find out what the hell it is. It'll have the earnings in the future. It'll have the conference call. All you have to do is click it right now.
And I'd like to welcome you to our first quarter 2024 earnings call.
There's the earnings call from last time right there at your fingertips. So
good afternoon.
You want the other one? Boom, right there at your fingertips. Pretty cool. And this is one of the tools that they have right now in their alpha stage, and they have many more planned in the future. So I saw this. I like where they're going with it. I said, sure, I'll restream to your website in the future. Let's do this. So take advantage of it. The prediction game is sweet. It's free. You do have to sign up. There's no money attached to signing up. It's just you have to create an account, and you get to play for free. Some of our guys on Friday won, I think it was a Hilo that won the most at like $3 or something like that. We didn't have anybody get the top 3, but I feel like we will. Yeah, you get 5 tickets just for joining. So if you want to blow them all on one earnings, you can, or you spread them out or whatever. Or you can save them up. You come back every day. You don't have to play every day. You can save them up and then like do a spam spread across one. And it's time sensitive too. You might be thinking to yourself, well, I'll just wait to 3:55 p.m. to make my prediction. And I'll predict XYZ price. The person that if there's a tie or whatever, the person that guessed sooner is going to get the higher prize. Just so you know. It uses time as priority. Yep, there you go, Joe. Play it again. That's the hot blonde. Is it? Yeah, make sure to claim your rewards. Again, I don't get anything financially for you signing up using that affiliate link. I'm just doing my part of my deal with them. I'm considered a founding streamer. All that means is if and when they go live with subs like Twitch and YouTube and Kick and all that, I get 100% revenue off of that.
Ticker Serve Robotics, SCRV, shares seeing continued heavier activity, new high, San Diego, Romeo, Victor.
Rather than like a 50-50 split. Granted, most people don't switch platforms or anything, but the few that do, great. And it's nothing for me to just click an extra few buttons and I restream to their account. Happy to do it, especially when it's good tools, good product for my peeps.
Ticker SIGA, SIGA, and ticker GOVX. In Mpox news, Axios is reporting the WHO is warning on a deadlier strain of Mpox. SIGA is seeing activity on those headlines.
SIG and GOVX are monkeypox plays. SIGA, GOVX. See if that gets any traction. They haven't moved yet. Beta Chuck's usually pretty early on that. Monkeypox for the decline. Jeez. Who, Beta Check had it wrong, or the guy reporting it had it wrong? Trying to get some fills. Google bar stats. Oh, jeez, I thought you were talking about monkeypox. Oh, well. That took $40. Hey, bro, my financial advisor said...
No further commentary on monkeypox news coming from Axios. The WHO director
Kung Fu, I cannot give you financial advice. I'm not a
advisory
financial
committee to
advisor.
discuss whether an emergency should be declared.
But I will say I have had money on the sidelines waiting for moments like this. Granted, today might have been the day, or do we dip more? Is this a bounce and then we're really going to flush out everybody that just bought? I don't know. But I definitely bought some today. Golden Pocket will be telling. Yeah, that's another thing I was looking at. If you look at the SPY, right? Let me pull this up. You want to do it from here?
Let's take a serve robotics. Just continue to see heavy activity at the high. San Diego Romeo Victor.
Do we reject this, pull back? Or is that the wrong place to pull from? Let me look at the weekly here. That's probably a little bit easier. It's the same spot. Maybe I don't want to look at the weekly. What was I pulling from? Oh, beginning of the year? That might have been it. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Retracement on the beginning of the year, which really isn't a good place to pull from. I mean, do we come visit this? I don't know. We're going to need a couple days to let the market feel it out. Do it from the top to see the bounce. Yeah, great. I'll do that. Oh, geez, you got a ways to go, but we don't know if this is the local low yet. Probably, maybe. The main thing I did was the VIX. I played the VIX. NVIDIA's coiled here. Watch NVIDIA for a move. Good God, that looks juiced. Watch the move out of this, boys. This is going to be pretty violent, probably. Look how tight that is. Sucker never gets that tight. Volume dying off. Watch the 10-year money's mark back in the market. Oh. The VIX play being over 50. That was my kind of shit hitting in the fan, blood in the streets, kind of feel. And I want to be there for it. So I dip my toes in the water. Or the blood, I should say. Trying. 50, can you do it? Don't come back down. You stay up there. It's got to hold. And it is. It's fine with that Bollinger Band. Blow it out of the water. Break 50 like it's not there. That's the move. Okay. Can I hold 50? I don't know. Still fighting with that Bollinger Band. Retest the diagonal. See if that holds up. Did Elon tweet Shiba? I don't know if anyone cares at this point. Didn't do anything. Oxy still cruising. INDO 5 minute on INDO building out. The 9.7 nails the average. Well, yeah, we looked at that on Friday or last week. Whenever we get these pullbacks, that's why we have them circled, right? No. From peak to trough, when the 9 crosses the 21, this was our first thing we were looking at. Oh, we can't measure that one. Let's go peak to trough. This is a 6% pullback. This one is 7%. This one is 5.7. What I'm measuring here is peak to trough whenever that red line crosses the yellow. This is when the 9 EMA on the daily crosses the 21. Peak to trough, 9. 8.5. Doesn't happen too often. I think I skipped this one because it was COVID. Whatever happened to my other ones? We did others. Here's one. I don't know why it's off. 7%. 7.4%. This one's 2018. I think I skipped that one. I think that was the recession worries, right? Can't remember. This one was 4%. So, where are we at now? Nine, 6. Nine, 7 is long. Look, jeez, then it nailed it, didn't it? See, still 15% up on the year. I know, right? Crazy. Apple pretty tight here. I missed this one by a literal 5 seconds. How much of it would you say is pure overreaction? Today's move, a lot. ES clearing resistance. Roger that. Man, that Apple Play was mint. Glad I was literally 5 seconds late to it. Jace. Crazy. Sava. I need to have that on one of my charts. It's like one of the only things moving really well today. Good call, Cater. Harris makes pick. Who we got? And what's their point? What's their stance on pot? Pot seems to be the only thing moves. Kamala Harris, VP pick. Who is it? People have said it was that, what's his name? Shapiro, thank you. Shapiro, one source. All right. What's his first name? Because I'm going to get Ben Shapiro if I Google Shapiro. Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania. And
No, it did not.
here it is. Here's the VP stuff.
Harris, vice presidential pick news. Sources coming from CGTN. Harris VP pool narrows to Shapiro and Waltz.
Okay.
Coming from CGTN Europe.
Josh Shapiro stance on marijuana. In his state budget pitch, Democrat Josh Shapiro called for Pennsylvania legislature to legalize recreational marijuana. Boom! Pro weed. All right. What was the other guy? Waltz? Beta cheese. Tim Walls. Tim Walls stance on marijuana. Governor Walz signs legalizing adult use cannabis in Minnesota starting August 1st. Both pro weed, baby. The pro weed bill or play is going to be live potentially when Kamala makes her pick for VP. As we saw with Vance, when Vance was picked, MSOS jumped nicely. What day was that?
That news being also being reported by Reuters.
I don't know. I remember what day it was, but pot moved. It was just a couple minutes, but it moved nicely. So let's see if we got pot plays on the docket when it's official. How are we looking today? Oh, I haven't taken very many trades. I've got, a basic kind of day. It's been crazy, so I'm just kind of like watching more than trading. I missed this one here. Just dang it. This Sava play was insane. Went. That move from last week is it moving now? Really light volume. That will be on watch for a daily cock if and when. All right, NVIDIA up against resistance here. This is a ascending triangle if I've ever seen it. Holy hell. Here it goes. Another one I call out perfectly and don't trade because, I hate making money. Freaking A.
NVIDIA getting a prop here. November Victor Delta Alpha.
Yeah, if we get a retest. That was a pretty strong break. Look at the VIX melting. VIX at 31.27 right now. I tell you right now, if my health equity account didn't fill those orders from this morning, I'm gonna freaking burn something to the ground.
Who lost their shorts on the yen?
Did you, Jug? Thank you for your 37. Finally got, you guys are just now getting into TOS. Shut your face.
ETA Meta report that Turkish transport minister said did not get desired result from meeting with Instagram officials. No progress expected on Monday. That from NTV, reported by Reuters. That's Michael Echo Tango Alpha.
All right. Well, I was told that this account, the orders will show pending until tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm filled or not. That's just wonderful. You gotta love these things. Freaking A.
Crude turning positive now, up a penny.
You gotta love it. It happens every time we get these high volatility at times. You can't. Retail is shut out. Big boys buying it up, and once they're done, they, the volatility is over. Big boys are off to lunch. Data and broadband is opened up. Retail's allowed back in, and we miss the entire move. It happens every freaking time. MSOS, is it moving? No, it's not moving. 5 minute on INDO. I don't know if I trust it. Apple has a 5 minute. That was a nice play on NVIDIA. Sava building on a W here. Man, the spreads are rough. Let's try and ugh. Apple 5-minute. Trade floor. No. Nice work, dude. Jeez. Good banana. My Ubiquity stuff hasn't shipped yet. How long did it take for your stuff to ship? I ordered it Friday. It says processing. Couple of days. All right. Super excited. Sava looking juicy again. Are they overvalued? It depends which one, maybe. Sometimes it doesn't even matter. You look at Nvidia, it's historically overvalued. Same with Tesla. You count that as a tech stock. I like that Splaces INDO 5-minute on watch over 3. It's a 5-minute cuck here. Instead a failed cock into a failed cuck, retested the 90 MA on the 5. Can make like a W here on the 5-minute if a 3 broke. All right, little 5-minute break. Gonna walk around for a second, get the blood flowing, come back maybe when that INDO trade sets up, or Sava.
ABGO, Bill Baruch on CNBC buys more Broadcom, Alpha Victor Golf Oscar. And he buys more Meta as well. META.
Note on ticker charge points, CHPT, Charlie Hotel Papa Tango. Note company is tweeting connecting EV drivers effortlessly. Stay tuned. There is a post with a video, says coming soon. Note tweet posted in the High Beta Squawk chat room. Note an update on Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab does say technical issues have been resolved. Now ticker Poet, Papa Oscar Echo Tango. Sure seeing spike in activity at the highest for Poet.
SCHW, Charles Schwab says technical issue has been resolved. Sydney Charlie Hotel Whiskey. INDO, Indonesia Energy, getting a pop to the high, $3.23. India November Delta Oscar. Financial Times out with a report that production issues threaten to delay next generation of NVIDIA AI chips. Said NVIDIA and Taiwan Semiconductor facing production challenges with next generations of its AI chips. That from Financial Times. NVDA and TSM. SAVA, Cassava Sciences, more highs now. 35.66, up about 20%. Sandy Alpha, Victor Alpha. ALK Alaska Air, out with a statement regarding this week's NTSB hearing, says have full confidence in the safety of our operation and aircraft. That's ALK and BA. Final trades on CNBC, ABVE, KKR, LDOS, Lados, ABBV, ABV. That's ABBV, ABV. TENK, 10X Keen acquisition, halted on a circuit breaker. Shares at the intraday high now, 25.41, hit a high of $39 earlier following the merger approval. With Citius Oncology, that's TENK. DELL, Dell. Bloomberg reported that Dell cuts workers and sales team reorganization with new AI-focused unit. That's Delta Echo Lima Lima, DELL. That from Bloomberg. TENK 10x acquisition halted on the way down now, 24.91. Up 102% still. TENK.
Let's go Apple AAPL. No Business Insider reporting Apple's big AI play is looking less promising. Early reviews of iOS 18 beta suggest Apple Intelligence may not make a big splash in 2024. Let's take a WBTM, Whiskey Bravo Tango, November. Sure, seeing a spike in activity. New highs, WBTN.
HIMS, Hims and Hers at the intraday high, 1795, up 2%. Hotel India, Michael Sandy.
Ticker HOLO. Hotel Oscar Lima Oscar shares seen a spike in activity. New highs HOLO.
All right, did I miss anything? Trump's on Aiden Ross. Shut the front door. Oh my gosh, dude. How many views does he have? $450,000 viewers. Unbelievable. That's hilarious. I want to see Kamala and Trump on Joe Rogan. I don't think he'll have either of them
In
on.
Wall Street's chaos,
I love
stock
that.
shock stood, market crashing, fortunes misunderstood. Feet picks or stocks? His quirky plight, Japan's carry trade
Harry.
adding to the fight. He snapped pics, toes against the screen, hoping salvation lay in pixels unseen. Yen's gentle flow, a shadowy thread, could save his portfolio, or leave it dead. In candlestick charts' dim glow, he spun, feet picks or stocks.
Oh my gosh.
A surreal ballet begun. Market trembled, futures danced their sway. Stock jock wavered, seeking his way.
Lex Friedman's interviewing Trump. That'll be good. Dude, Sava is on fire. Like, how do we go from $10 to $40 in a week and a half? Tenek is going again. Is Aiden Ross pissing himself? This is probably the most popular person he's ever had on, right? Who's Aiden Ross? Oh, jeez. That's funny. 10X, absolute crazy moves today. Pre-market goes from 12.50 to 39 and then dumps all the way back down, and now we're going curling back up. Zachary, 444.
Free man got laid off after 5 years as a CTO last week. Time to get back to trading to make my dirt work for me. Less than 3 been a good day in the markets for me so far.
You got laid off. Well, shit. Anybody else get laid off in the past month? How about them unemployment numbers, huh? Great. That's all we needed is another Zach back in chat. We literally have about 6 or 7 Zachs now, and it's impossible to keep you all separate. It's impossible. I called it again. Oh my gosh, jeez. Easy there, fella. Easy. Easy. Am I watching this shit show? No, should I be? What is he doing? Look, why are we looking at pictures? one word response from Trump on each person. I see you, dude. Anything going on in the market today? Is this really a $3 spread, $2 spread? No. INDO. It sounds like it's in stereo. Like, what the? You missed the end. You play while you're AFK. Did I? It kind of really hasn't gone cray-cray. We're not getting much momentum. Saba straight up. But I can't deal with the spreads yet. 3D audio. I didn't change any settings on it. I don't know. Marshmallow is in the one well. You know, my sanity from having to decipher things has been at an all-time high. And then The one day you come back, you're already hitting us with shit I don't even understand. I don't know if I could take it, cheese. Marshmallows in the one well. Filling a hole? I don't know what we're doing here. Well, let me just look at the prediction of what you all predicted here. Wow, over under 513 was relatively even, 59% to 41%. It looks like the overs are going to have it, but you never know. Hunter, let's go. 12 months. Get that year badge, brother. Amazing. Yeah, I apologize. DJT 1 minute. This one was hot. There's not a lot of volume on it, though. Video getting a little heavy. MGOL. No. Instead of the BS siblings are dating. Cheese missed that. We're going to have to pull that up later on in the week. Cheese has never done siblings are dating, I don't think. Or is running with Trump saying Trudeau is Castro's kin. He just said that on Aiden Ross. He just said that like 30 seconds ago. Trump is less there than Biden. I don't know about that. Give me them smooches, dude. Sava. Intel holding that 20, man. Watch for a bounce tomorrow. That might be an interesting play. If it gaps up a little bit, dips down to 20, hit the buy button there, and then watch a bounce. That'll be interesting. What's up, Marco? Check your muff. I wanted to pull. Can you say that differently? Son of a bitch. Check your muff. I want to pull. What the hell? How about, oh my gosh. Listen, how about you just go and stuff your face in your own muff right now and see that I've already been there and done my damage. All right? Maybe you should check your muff. I've already laid my deposit in your muff, cheese. All right? You just haven't, for some reason, seen it. Oh, hell no. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Jacob Now, I'm not one to know if this is Jacob sitting bull betting over here. But what are the odds? Huh? We cannot let Jacob win. He's got his bids all layered up in the upper 20s. Damn it, Jacob. You can't win. We can't let him win. There's only been 850 predictions. Yeah, it's free. I know it sounds like too good to be true, but you have to understand it's their marketing campaign. It's good for them. It's good for you. Everybody wins. VIX power drop. Plus or minus 50 is a big deal for me. Over under 50. X payments coming soon to Twitter. Oh, it's going to be a short on PayPal on that news. Beta Check just reported that one. Everything's a scalp today, man. Trump's talking crypto right now, so watch crypto stuff. It may or may not move. He hasn't moved anything. He's literally talking in front of 560,000 people right now on Aiden Ross's stream. That's absolutely insane. So hopefully these degens move a freaking stock. XRP would be it'd be nice. That would be nice. Oh yes. Competitor to PayPal and just dip and bounce right back up. I've seen that a lot recently. I don't know what to tell you, homie. I'm freaking rocking the bandwidth now. Yeah, low latency means like no buffering. You're up to go. Do you have good internet? Aiden Ross wrapped a Cybertruck with that picture of Trump after he got shot, raising his hand and the flag over the background. This is the most ridiculous. Is he giving it to Trump? This is the most ridiculous stream. What we got here, Cheese? Tesla nets where Tesla Cybertruck crashed and fire in Texas, gathering it from manufacturer. All right. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I wasn't a fan of the Cybertruck, and I still am not. However, the people that wrap them or paint them, then they look kind of badass. Did you see the gold one? I gotta find it. The Halo one, pretty cool, yeah. Trump said that the picture that goes around when they showed the picture on the Cybertruck, they said that Google, and he said Google, but he said the picture of the Secret Service mouths were changed because they were a frown, and they changed it to more flat to upward. Like, why would they do that? Whoever did that, I don't understand why someone would do that. Does it look better? These guys made a fake window decal for Cybertruck. I don't even know what I'm looking at. You have to watch Whistling Diesel's YouTube video wrecking a Cybertruck. I was watching part of that. That's just, it's just kind of crazy. Get back to yoking some stocks, man. Yeah, the Sava setup, something I'm watching. Other than that, what is it, 37.2? The spreads are so terrible on this thing. The thing is we're not going to see another move probably until like 2:30, 3 o'clock. And it feels like the buyers are gone, and now we're going to see if they're going to stay as we dump. That's what it feels like. Last 15. Where are we at on, say, the single biggest move in VIX history? I have no idea. That is pretty wild, though. Let me tell you something right now. I'm flipping back and forth between Aiden and trading. I really hate the beard that is like perfectly groomed. No, it needs to be a little wild, man. There doesn't need to be a straight line. All right? It's supposed to be untamed, wild. Oh my gosh, dude, freaking A. That jawline is next level, though. Says the guy with Shrek hair. Son of a bitch. Go back on vacation! Trim beard at work means the DC gay bar has one less customer right now. They grow on you? Nah, I see what you did there, Welfare. I see what you did. What's the dude's name in Shrek? Oh, I've actually never seen Shrek. I know you're talking about, though. I've been called that before by this chat. Do you trim your pubes with the same razor as your face? No. Lord Farquaad, that's his name. Yes. Go on vacation! Chicka bow wow. See, these painted... Oh, they're dancing. These painted... I hate when politicians dance. Like, stop. Just freaking stop. These painted Cybertrucks are badass. I gotta find some. Painted Cybertruck. Oh, that one's freaking nasty. Okay, see, this is... Check this shit out. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful.
December 2023 has been an amazing month for us at T-Sportline. We have had the pleasure of working on not one, not two, but actually 3 Cybertrucks. And right behind me is one that we just finished in the tail end of the month. Customers coming to pick it up, but let me share this beauty with you. Here you go, the first time ever. A Cybertruck transformed from the beautiful stainless steel exterior the way it comes, wrapped in Inozatec gloss black. Our friends at Inozatec are absolute experts at vinyl film. And for those of you that don't know, they are absolutely the fine. This is my favorite. The satin black Cybertruck that we did last week was incredible. This one is definitely my fave, and I'm so happy to share this with you as we are about to wrap up. Got rid of those, and we installed our TCT wheels with the included aero covers, and our aero covers are not plastic, okay? They are not rubber, and they are...
I can get behind that. Car looks better painted. Imagine that. Good point. Here's the gold one. I mean, the gold one looks so good, too. What is this? Son of a bitch, Googly. Oh, you did not say it over TTS? Did you say a bad word? I was Lord Farquaad for Halloween a couple years ago. Ended up getting so drunk that I peed on my kitchen floor. Tried to clean it up with dish soap and then slipped on the dish soap and hit my face on the counter. Lost 2 teeth. All while wearing the wig and having no pants on with my cock out. Two friends just sleeping in the living room were also so drunk they missed this whole thing. Wife told me the next day what happened. Oh my gosh. Red Pill, thank you for the sub, my man. All right. Get out of here. That looks so good. They're electroplating the gold.
I came from the mud.
Someone recently left a very reasonable comment asking if it was possible to plate a stainless steel Cybertruck in out of gold. If you remember, the DeLoreans back in the day were also stainless steel and had a special edition run of an entire 24-karat.
I did not know that. I was a big DeLorean fan back in the day, obviously because of Back to the Future. And it's like whenever you saw one, it was like looking at a Ferrari. It still is. I think I get more excited seeing a DeLorean these days than I do a, $200,000 sports car.
Gold-plated series. I'm not sure how many were sold, but they were plated in the exact same way that we're plating this Cybertruck today.
Show me the
Knox. Ridge Wallets said to hand out their gold-plated pins and wallets like electroplating services. Back to my shop for the reveal.
Ridge wallet build. I wish they didn't make it look rough. Should have buffed that. Let's make it rough. That looks sick.
Between the gold plating and the clear protection, I have successfully increased the value of the Ridge giveaway truck by at least $100,000. When they give away this truck, it is going to be crazy. Grab a gold-plated wallet of your own down in the video description, and if you want to complete the collection, there's a very limited edition gold-plated jerry-rig everything knife with 100% of the proceeds going towards the air compressor system in my wheelchair factory. And Elon, if you want me to gold-plate a Starship, just say the word.
Satin white, that doesn't look bad. Ferrari red, get out of here. Oh, you don't show the final product. Ooh. You gonna show the final thing? I can get down with that, man, and you know what? It's always the black wheels too. That's sick. Flat panel cleaner app. Yeah, no doubt. Sava still going. Mm-hmm. 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 Dude, did their drug get approved or something? Like, what is this? Where is this move coming from? Man, the stock is always so all over the place. What do y'all think? Dump going to the close or like rep? Watch DJT. Is there news? WBT. Yellow do. 1 hour left. 1 hour left. Well, hour and a half left. Get your predictions in on Palantir Technologies earnings for a chance to win $250, $150, $100, or smaller amounts. It's completely free. Stonks.com. Use the link.
In that VP news coming from Fox.
What?
Nominee's choice for running mate has accepted.
Kamala
Harris has made her decision.
Who? Watch Weed, because both of them are Weed. What Weed plays am I playing? I can't remember. MSOS? Shapiro? Probably going to be Shapiro. Both of them are pro-Weed, and Vance ripped on Weed. Or Weed ripped on Vance, so let's see if these, whoever it is, rips Fox break. Vance also green pine his couch. I don't know how that thing got started, but I freaking love the internet for it. I don't think Obama can be VP, unless you're talking about Michelle. There's nothing I like right now. Besides maybe Sava. Just doing stupid stuff.
No ticker Google. Shares any spike in activity for Google. Shares selling off.
What's up with Google? It's going to be some sort of headline. It's a lot of volume. Still think the market is going to continue to crash? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. VIX is elevated for sure.
Your Apple shares also see any spike in activity.
Apple's dropping. What about Microsoft? Nothing. Nvidia. Nothing. Are they just going to lead the dump here? Leaders of the 3 o'clock dump? Hermosos fell on the Ain al-Assad Air Force Base in Anbar, where American forces are stationed. Went working? It's a nice recovery. You're predicting on the price that the stock will be at 4:30 p.m. Can I explain why the stocks crashed? There's a lot to it. A lot of unraveling happened. Higher unemployment rate. It was kind of a snowball effect. Higher unemployment rate number came in hot, much hotter than expected. Followed by Japan saying they're raising rates. Followed by Japan's market crashing 12%. Followed by Korea's market doing circuit breaker halts. So it's more of an international thing, coupled with our own economic issues. Sitting at near all-time highs. Could be this. Nikkei futures down 7.5% right now. Holy jeez. Followed by Buffett selling 50% of his Apple. Yeah. There's a lot of things coming to head right here. I got high and harvested bell pepper steak ruled. A Pentagon spokesman told Sky News Arabia, we have not detected any Iranian movements indicating a strike in the coming hours. Until laying off 15,000 people, also huge. That's a ton of salaries. That is a lot of people, yeah. Apple's still dipping here, boys. It's not anything to turn away. I think I'm going to sell this. I wouldn't be surprised if we open lower again tomorrow, but we can also move up. I don't need to swing that. Yeah, it's only $100. It was more. Iraq Air Base incoming, U.S. No, he's saying we'd set one up, I think is what he's saying. What's up, Red Green? You have a Cybertruck in Fortnite? 2 rockets fired. Oh. Yeah, that's the headline. I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, and now you're going to have...
Ticker Google, headline, Google has lost a DOJ antitrust suit over search.
Ooh. Well, there you go. There's the headline on Google.
Seeing a report from Bloomberg that Google loses DOJ antitrust suit over search. Google judge finds the search giant violated antitrust law. That's ticker GOOGL.
How much is that worth?
Reuters reporting 2 rockets fired at Iraqi Al Assad Air Base, which houses U.S. forces. That's according to security sources.
All right, just get the green light. Doubt it. Odin, it's just you're just predicting. So you go to this part of the website down here on the bottom, it says make prediction. You click it, you put your prediction in, and that's it. You click submit. My prediction was right here. I don't know what it's gonna be. It was at $20 when I put this thing in. It's already up at $24.12. And if you are the lucky SOB at 4:30 that has the closest guess, you win top prize of $250. Second prize, $150. Third prize, $100. And then the top 97 after that get like pennies. And there's ways to predict, get more predictions per day. You can click this little button up here. The more days consecutive you line up, you get extra tickets, blah, blah, blah. You can click this and get a login streak. You can get enable notifications, get 10 more. There's all sorts of things you can do to get extra ones. But you get one free one for sure, just by showing up. What's the link? I got you. There it is. We had some guys on Friday make a couple bucks off of it. It was pretty fun. So when you win, you got to post in general chat after hours. Someone in here, I mean, we are probably a majority of these predictions, maybe half. So someone's going to win something, and you'll get notified. It's just a matter of who. This is a VOD? Oh my gosh, this guy. So this is a website that I'll be streaming at in the future. Not leaving Twitch or YouTube or Kick. It's just in addition to. Yeah, fantasy, but stocks, kind of. But you don't really collect anything. It's not like you... Yeah, anyway. Anyway. Every 10-cent intervals. What news source you guys have for the war or missile attack? And I heard voices. Sure. So yeah. So the news sources that I use that you heard was Benzinga. Those are the two news sources I use and recommend. Benzinga and Trade Exchange. Benzinga is my main one. Trade Exchange is like a supplemental one that I use. If you decide to use it, they have good trials, and there's 25% off. Use that coupon code. Click the link, use coupon code, bada bing, bada boom. You want the package that has the Squawk service. The one with the really fast breaking news is their Beta Squawk, which is actually an add-on. Open a new window. Soils is on one, man. He didn't get, yeah, I saw that pole vaulter. How about that? He cleared the bar by a lot, but on the way down, his dick rubbed against it. It cost him the gold. Can I show it on stream? Probably not. I don't know. I don't want to try. Did you like RFK's story? The worms are getting bad. I didn't see his story. What story? What story were we talking? Did I miss something?